speeches and announcements as such. Later on, I wanted to make sure that I could give you my personal thanks. I'm very grateful to have everyone here today. I'm getting notes from my host over there. Yes, thank you so much everyone for being in attendance for day 2. We are so excited to begin and get started. Hello to everyone who's also joining us virtually, which is something very exciting, so I hope everyone can see and hear me clearly. In terms of the agenda today, we have the welcome sessions and the keynote speeches, and then at 10 a.m. I have already let everybody know we're going to be starting with the youth delegate introductions, and we're going to be starting with the delegates from Africa doing some speeches for us today. And then we also have a panel discussion at 11:30, also from Africa, that will be run by our very own Ismail, and we're very much looking forward for everyone to get an opportunity to speak and introduce themselves. We will have the first of our training sessions today at 12. We are going to have our founder Ismail and Yvonne Sanescu Riley, who I've just seen has joined us this morning. Good morning. And we are very excited for the first training session of the summit. We have our lunch again today at 1 o'clock, and that is going to be the first of the private lunches, and you will be informed who is in that section today, and also lunch for full experience delegates in the restaurant as usual. Then after, we have some more youth delegate introduction speeches. I have let you guys know, and some of you are still trying to submit, so I will do my best to accommodate all of you to get an opportunity to speak this afternoon. I will be on my phone constantly checking to see who's updated speeches and updating my running order accordingly. And then after that, we have another panel discussion and our final training session of the day at 3 p.m. And then after, I have many copies of the agenda here in front of me, sorry. And then after 3, we will have a coffee break and the closing remarks of the day. So, like I began yesterday, we are going to watch a short video about the person who helped the summit become a reality, and that is our wonderful founder, Ismail. I'd like you to watch a short introduction of her work for those who were not able to see it.
My name is Isabel, and I'm deeply honored to participate in this summit.
Our founder is Advocacy.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Youth Summit 2022. Distinguished guests, personalities, dear delegates, thank you for coming from all around the globe. Today, we are witnessing here an historical day from many viewpoints. First of all, I want to wish everyone that this holy month to bring you peace, to bring peace to the area, and to live every day like this holy month. Ramadan Kareem to you all. We have a very exciting day ahead of us, but without further ado, I would like to start a short presentation about the fact that we are here, about our work at USIDHR, and then we will have speeches from our distinguished guests coming on stage. So we will first start with the presentation, and then as we go along, I will keep going with announcements. Thank you. Okay. So here we are, U.S. Institute of Diplomacy and Human Rights. I'll go on this other side so that everyone can see me well. We came all the way from the United States. We are based in Washington, D.C. We are an international, non-profit, non-governmental think tank. And our mission is simple. We want to educate or advance education for everyone in this world. And we do that with a variety of our programs, diplomatic encounterings. We act as a liaison between the US government and other governments. But this is mostly what we work for. Besides our educational programs in diplomacy, in human rights, our humanitarian mission is to help kids go to school. I don't know how many of you are aware that there are 258 million children in this world that they don't go to school. They don't have a chance to education. So we took that, and I took that as a personal mission to help the kids of the world. So these are some pictures with our humanitarian actions last year, together with our local partners in Pakistan, where we helped 200 kids go to school by providing them all the educational materials, from backpacks, uniforms, shoes, everything that a child needs to go to school for an entire year. So as everyone here in the room knows, that Article 26 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights proclaims access to education for all and the right to education. Unfortunately, we have so many kids in this world that they don't go to school. It's just a fun fact, at a cost of only 1% of the military expenditure that the United States is spending, we can give everyone in the world an education. Let that thought soak in for a second. So these are some of the things that the box is included. I told you anything from like their school supplies, meal box, water bottle, everything that the child needs basically to go to school. And the fact they don't go to school is not because they don't want to, is they cannot afford, their families cannot afford. So also we do help their families by giving them scholarships to their parents who lost their jobs to get further education as well, so they can sustain their families. 2021 was a very interesting year for us, and we are so excited to bring to you that even the challenges, amid challenges by the pandemic, we've been in Washington DC 2.5 years with restrictions. We were lucky to have so many students registered to our online courses. We transferred everything from our in-person classes to online classes to our platform. And we have more than 2,800 students certified as human rights consultants. Hundreds of them have opened their own businesses, nonprofits, or have gotten different awards. They are working with the government, or they are consulting for governmental agencies. We expanded also our team with 4 more regional directors in Ghana, Tanzania, Pakistan, Romania. And actually, this slide is not updated, but we do have a representative for Horn Africa as well. Okay, so a bit about our educational programs. Obviously, I'll go very fast through them just to give you a brief understanding of who we are and what we do. The Human Rights Education Training, as I mentioned already, this is an online training right now. We are looking forward to go back to in-person training, but for now, the fact that it's online, it allows people from all over the world to register. They get their login, their password, they go there as a student, and they complete the training, they get the certification. The same with diplomatic protocol and etiquette. We have many diplomats. We have ambassador at the United Nations. We have regular government, local government finishing this course. Business consulting course, human trafficking prevention course. This course came as a request from other people because one thing is to talk about human rights education for all, and the other thing is about talking about human trafficking. And this training is actually something special that I personally created with my knowledge in human rights advocacy and also as a lawyer, because there are so many things that people don't understand about human trafficking, and especially the particularities of how to spot the dangers of human trafficking, how to protect yourself on that. A lot of people talk about how to help a victim once they've been trafficked. At USIDHR, we are all about prevention. Prevention about human rights violations. Let's all help them not even become violations by educating those around us. So that's in a nutshell about some of our courses. We do have other programs. This is a program very, very dear to my heart. It's called Let Her Lead. I don't know but that if it speaks to you, but it definitely speaks to us, because what we do with this program is help young girls and women who need our help to educate them. We provide them free training in human trafficking, gender-based violence, child marriage, so that we provide them with a better future. The Religious Pluralism Program is also a fascinating program. We have here in the room so many religious leaders, and we are so thankful and gracious for your presence, Sheikh, Kasem and Queen Mother here. And we are celebrating the holy month of Ramadan. So isn't this special? So obviously religious freedom is something very, very dear to our heart. We have been working, our president, Manuel Wancha, has been involved working directly with the State Department in the United States in a group called International Religious Freedom Roundtable. What they do, they create roundtables in every single country where they put together leaders of all religions and none at the same table for discussions. So this is something that we are part of. This is our Diplomacy in Human Rights Summit 2021. Due to the pandemic, we had to have it online, but actually that didn't stop us because we had over 100,000 views over the course of the 2 days summit. So while here we are limited obviously by the space, we are always, looking forward to the in-person events, but this is what we have, and we have so many personalities, ambassadors, lawyers, leaders of nonprofit organizations around the world working on human rights or in diplomacy. Some of our past attendees, I told you, they include anything from governmental, private citizens, non-governmental lines, business consultants, human rights activists, nonprofit leaders, and so forth. Some of the dear students that we have and testimonials. And here we are, 2022. I don't know how many of you have been following me personally on social media and our organization. While we were on our way to Istanbul, to a wonderful site that you're here to witness today, and I appreciate you for that, we had a slight detour. We went to Romania, where Romania is a neighboring country with Ukraine. They have been receiving over 600,000 Ukrainian refugees, and they needed my help. So first we went there to see what's going on, because we all witness what's happening on television, we see all that, and we are not sure if it's real, if it's not, are donations really going through? And once I arrived there, I'm telling you honestly, nothing compares with what I've seen on TV. Seeing the mothers and children. I have a 2.5 years old son at home. I saw a mother coming with a bag and her child in the other arm. It literally broke my heart. So I called my team and I said, you go to Istanbul, you come to Romania. Let's do this. We can actually help this mother and children. We got together with our local partners at Avcılar, which is an association of entrepreneurs, local entrepreneurs, who just put hand by hand and actually helping out these people. They transform an entire business center into a center for refugees. And that spoke a lot to me. So we went there, we immediately launched an amazing activity, and you can see us carrying, like we personally carrying the materials, buying them, and taking them to the room. But once we've done that, and I knew that we are going to be successful in raising some money and help them. Once you settle the basic needs of the people, what is next? And we knew the problem that mothers and children will be facing right now because they were taken out of their environment will be human trafficking. We already were in contact with the local authorities which had cases of human trafficking. So what are we good at? Delivering human trafficking training. So we realized like there, on the spot, in the center, we gathered all the refugees and the volunteers helping them. They have an amazing volunteers team that is helping day and night. So we trained them all. We invited some local authorities, as you can see there in the pictures as well. We discussed about human trafficking and then we gave them the solutions, how to protect themselves against the dangers of human trafficking. Yes, these are some of all the other pictures. We bought them everything. I'm not here to necessarily tell you about this cause, but this is needed at this point. And not necessarily I want you to donate, but I want you to share on your social media, because after this summit, we are actually going back to Romania. We'll be there for 1 more week, and we will give them more supplies. Just to give you an idea, we bought about $2,000. We thought this is going to actually help so much. The food in Europe is so expensive that will last them 2 days. So definitely we need to gather our forces and do more. So that's about it with the presentation about us, about USIDHR. I hope that provided you with a better understanding of who we are and why we are here, why we are doing this. To tell you more about why we are doing this youth summit in particular. So many know that for many years before the pandemic, I helped organize at the United Nations the International Human Rights Summit together with our partners for human rights. The pandemic came and we decided to do those virtual summits. And then these virtual summits, although they allow participation by a lot of people, they were not centered to youth. And the idea was my vision. I'm sharing it with you, and I hope you can agree with me. Youth are the leaders of tomorrow. So if we do not want to have any more human rights violations, we want peace in the world. We need to train our leaders. Honestly, when is the last time you guys used a dictionary in a school? They used to teach us with a dictionary. Right now, we are hearing words that we don't even know the meaning of. We forgot the basic steps to education. So the key to handling everything we are trying to handle in society is education. Governments are not evil, not all of them. A lot of people, more than 80% of the people in this world are good-hearted people. They want to do good, but we all need help in our life. So instead of pointing fingers, I was one on that side, okay? As a lawyer, coming from Europe, I work with the European Court of Human Rights, I work on diplomacy, I work in different, and at one point I realized that if I want to make a change, I need to be on the other side. I need to be part of the solution. So with that in mind, being part of the solution, I want to start inviting our first guest here, which we are so blessed and happy with his presence. And first of all, I think everyone can agree with me that the city of Istanbul and the region of Avcılar, it's amazing. We've seen so many things around. This hotel has been welcoming us all. So it is our honor and our pleasure to welcome the host of our city here, Mayor of Activism Municipality, Mr. Turan Hançerli. Thank you so much.
welcome to Istanbul, welcome to Avcılar. I would like to speak a little bit Turkish. Saygılar bayanlar, baylar, Avcılara hoş geldiniz.
Dear gentlemen, ladies, welcome to Avcılar.
Avcılar 458 bin nüfuslu ve biz Avcıları güzel insanlar kenti olarak tarif ediyoruz, ifade ediyoruz. Sloganımız ya da mottomuz güzel insanlar kenti.
Avcılar has 450,000 population, and we describe our urban area as a city for the beautiful people. It is our slogan.
Peki neden böyle diyoruz? Neden güzel insanlar kenti? Çünkü Avcılar Türkiye içerisinde, İstanbul içerisinde barışın kenti.
Why we call Avcılar city for beautiful people? Because Avcılar is a city in the Turkey and Istanbul to peace.
Çok farklı kültürlerden insanın bir arada huzur içerisinde yaşadığı bir kent.
Avcılar is a city with many different culture and nationality people are living in here with the peace.
Ben de çok uzun yıllar sivil toplumda çalışmış olan, sivil toplumda aktif görev yapmış olan bir avukat olarak böyle bir kentin belediye başkanı olmaktan son derece mutluyum.
I am very happy to be mayor of this beautiful city. As a person, I served NGOs for many long time as an active person.
Ve dolayısıyla böyle özel bir grubu sizleri Avcılar'da ağırlamaktan büyük mutluluk duyduğumu, onur duyduğumu belirtmek isterim.
And that's why I am very honored to welcome to you in Avcılar.
Bu güzel etkinlik kapsamında birkaç cümle etmek isterim. Ben de çok uzun yıllar engellilik alanında yoksulluk, engellilik ve dezavantajlı gruplarla ilgili çalışmalar yürüttüm.
I was working for a very long time in the field of the poverty and disability areas.
Dünyadaki adaletsizlik, dünyadaki eşitsizlik birçok sorun üretmekte.
The injustice in the world and inequality in the world creates a lot of problems in our world right now.
Ve diliyorum ki sizler gibi bu tür etkinlikler gibi güzel insanların emeğiyle, vereceği mücadeleyle dünya daha güzel, daha yaşanılır bir hale gelecek. Teşekkür ediyorum, hoş geldiniz.
And I believe that with the effort of beautiful people like you and this organization, the world will turn to more beautiful and livable place. And thank you very much again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for honoring us with your presence. We have an award to present to you, and that's why we ask you to continue on the stage. Let me come on this side. So I wanted to read it so that everyone knows. To His Excellency Turan Hançerli, the Mayor of Avcılar Municipality, for your unwavering support and dedication to inspiring young leaders. You are being honored with much appreciation and gratitude. Thank you very much. Thank you. What a great opening. So as more guests are arriving, we want to acknowledge also the presence of diplomats and the Vice Consul and the attaché from the Embassy of Iraq here. And we do have delegates, so please, the delegates should also meet their diplomatic representatives here in Turkey. Next on the schedule, I would like to have a beautiful soul that I have met many years ago and has blessed me and my team at a time with the energy, with the soul, with the spirituality. And I met so many people in my life, but definitely she is one of the people who are still standing today, continuing to inspire the youth, continuing to inspire us all, even when we grow up. She took us when we were kids, now we're grown up, continuing the legacy. So it's now my pleasure and honor to introduce you on stage and ask her if she can address a few words. Queen Mother, Dr. Delois Blakey, Ambassador of Goodwill to Africa and United Nations, and also she's the Community Mayor of Harlem. Thank you for coming all the way from the United States.
I just want to say to the young people, in the spirit of my ancestors, I had no other choice but to be here. And when I was able to hear the words of our mayor, the few words he spoke about this morning, of the NGOs, civil society, and the work that he has been doing for the special need individuals. It's very moving that he's beyond being a politician in a beautiful city. And we thank you for allowing us to be here to be hosted by you and your government of Turkey. I just want to leave for the young people. You're very special to me. And being at the United Nations, going on my 53rd year as a humanitarian. But I've been so moved as a queen mother boogie down the Bronx. I'm a hip hop queen mother. And as a hip hop queen mother, the X generation, the millennium generation, and we could go on and on, what you must have proclaimed in your own way of life. Queen Mother took this journey over the age of 80 years old, intergenerational, to be with you, to feel you and to see you. And during a time of a high holy time in our lives, celebrating, doing repentance of Ramadan, and into faith that you have come together from all over the world. Early this morning, some of the women came to me to begin prayer. Why are you here? Why have you young people been chosen to be in this part of the world? As I said to some of you young people, that force greater than yourself has destined you to be in the region during this holy time of Ramadan. It is no accident that you're here. It is no accident at this time that the world peace is addressing on your life energy for change, to bring peace in the world. Why was this region chosen? And why did you come at this time? It is a mystery what is happening in the lives of you young people. Change you have made, and you will continue to make. It was unknown to you what would be happening in the region a few days ago. Negotiating world peace. The women gathered at the UN last week, almost 2 weeks ago, at headquarters at the United Nations. And we had to be in a place called Heart Kingdom, where Queen Mother comes from. And for you to have been chosen to gather all of us in your energy of life, how blessed we are. You have been used to move into the world you want to live in and be in. What a mystery it is, as we talked about it yesterday. Why are you young people chosen for this divine intervention in the middle of a war? As I spoke to some of the young people at headquarters in the United Nations and saying to them, you have a right to live. You have a right to grow. You have a right to embrace each other. And you're here speaking about human rights. I heard your little voices yesterday. I'm speaking to intergenerational, the young people. And as I said to you, and I'm gonna leave it with you, as you move through the summit with each other. The world has changed because that force greater than yourselves has brought you through. As I listen to some of your experiences, your dreams and your hopes, your desires of the world you want to live in. I say to you as an elder, intergenerational, I want you to do one thing for Queen Mother as she leaves your stage in Istanbul, Turkey. And we leave to this community, to this country, a gift to great women that loves you from where you are. It is a beautiful place. And I leave you with these words. Stay on the sacred path of life. Don't look back. Stay on it. And you will see the changes you desire in your life to live. And Queen Mother, thank you for allowing her to embrace you. Thank you.
Thank you, Queen Mother, for blessing us with your presence. I'm so honored and blessed to have met you in this life. and thank you for your wisdom words. I'm honored to give you this award from USIDHR for your support and dedication to inspiring young leaders around the world who are being honored and much appreciated.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Wow. I get goosebumps every time I hear Sheikh Brother Kasem, I hear Queen Mother. We heard from the local government here. We are so grateful being here in this place. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful area. It is now my honor and pleasure to introduce His Excellency Hussain Ismail, who is the Minister of State for the Youth, Sports, and Community empowerment from all the way from Maldives. Thank you, Your Excellency, for being here with us today.
Mayor of Avcılar, Queen Mother, diplomats, and distinguished guests and fellow participants. Well, my task today is to explain how things we do in Maldives for the youth empowerment. Well, Maldives is a country in the Indian Ocean with an archipelago of around 1,200 islands, out of which 540,000 population is distributed into 187 islands inhabited. Well, out of 540,000, 35% of the population is youth. We count youth as 18 to 35 years of age, women and men. What we believe is to make peace, or the best thing is to educate people. So the government of Maldives has concentrated on educating the youth in the Maldives. As we took the government, we started free education up to degree level in the Maldives, and also we have 3 strategic action plans, which is strengthening the governance framework to respond effectively to the issues of facing young men and women, so outcomes for young people, support young women and men to gain economic empowerment. These policies are structured with number of programs activities across 5 years from 2019 to 2023. Operational Nation Youth Council, we have 13 members of Youth Council which advise to the ministers on youth issues. Conduct research to understand issues facing young people in closed and urban areas and define risk youth and vulnerable youth for systematic targeting of activities across government institutions. To empower and encourage Maldivian youth in the area of employment, many skill development programs have been implemented. The government has prioritized to train 500 youth in different vocational areas within 5 years, introducing National Apprenticeship Program through National Recovery and Resilience Plan has encouraged many youths to engage in the workforce and contribute in the economy of the government. This program is fully based on vocational courses in different fields according to their needs, according to their interests. Though the main income generating sector is tourism in the Maldives, has been developing in other sectors such as economics, fisheries, agriculture, and construction and trade. Maldives is highly dependent on imported goods due to limited of natural resources. However, with COVID-19 pandemic, the Maldivian youth has come up with many innovative ways of increasing the production of crops and others. Therefore, the government has introduced a package to invest on youth to come up with ideas and to make their businesses viable. The intent to make the wonderful opportunity of highlights the youth initiatives, the present government, the government of the Maldives outlined the first 100 days goals set by President Ibrahim Mousoli administration. It emphasizes 16 pledges covering 23 sectors with targets set. These 100 days, some of the pledges which have been given high priority included straight weekend markets entertaining called Avcılar. Open opportunities for persons with disabilities to apply for jobs vacancies, create a community-based rehabilitation network, conduct training programs on environmental protection for all elected and appointed state officials. Submit an NGO bill to Parliament. Make undergraduate degrees tuition fees free. Formulate a comprehensive plan to stop bullying and help victims of bullying. Designate a sports counselor in all islands. Allocate a budget of at least 500,000 Bolivian rupiah for each national sports association, and I'm proud to say that it has already been implemented. Eliminate differences to men and women national sports teams and all national teams. Host international donors conference. Create an independent youth council to advise and monitor youth policies and initiatives. Conduct different styles of youth dialogue to make their voice heard. With this, to conclude my speech, I can proudly say that the government of Maldives is a youth-friendly government, encouraging youth to raise their voice, addressing the challenges they are facing in all areas of economic empowerment, education, health, as well as social. It's my great pleasure to be here at the USIDHR Summit 22, representing one of the developing countries in the world, Republic of Maldives. We believe that they are a major power source of country, and today's young are tomorrow's leaders, so let's invest and build them together. Thank you, officers and organizers, for giving me this momentous opportunity. I extend my prayers for peace in the world, unity among fellow youth, and harmony between all countries. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Your Excellency. Please join me as we have our team member here. Can you help me? We have a token of appreciation for you that I want you to bring home with you, which is my latest book in human rights, How to Become a Human Rights Professional, together with a token of appreciation in our USIDHR star. And the USIDHR award, allow me to present it to you. Thank you very much. Amazing. Well, thank you. As we go along with our program, I want to ask, do we have the governor with us? He has not arrived. Okay. As we wait, we do have other special guests coming all the way from the DRC. I would like to now invite Mr. Fawad Afridi, the President of Scholarships Corner, to join us on stage. Thank you.
There is. Is that here?
Hi everyone, good morning. I hope you all are doing great. First of all, I would like to thank the entire team of this summit for giving us a chance to talk about youth and peace. And secondly, I give my congratulations to these guys because for this successful start, because they have done a great job. And I will talk about my two stories, and don't worry, they won't be long. And after these stories, I will tell you why I'm sharing these stories with you guys. So first, I'm from Pakistan, and I'm the CEO and founder of Scholarships Corner. I will talk about that too. I belong to a war-torn area, which is a border area with Afghanistan. It was in war for like 2 decades. and like everything was like closed, schools, community work, hospitals. At that time, I got the scholarship and I went to another city for education. And luckily, in 2013, I went to United States for culture exchange program. I would say that was the thing that brought me a good change, because at that time I haven't like met with different people from different cultures. When I came back from the United States, I started work for thalassemia patients. Like thalassemia patients are those patients with their body do not create blood. They survive on other people's blood. So it was difficult to start that in our area because of the war and terror. But I took a start, and luckily now we are in whole Pakistan, and we are like providing blood. We are arranging seminars, and the most important thing is that we convince people the only way to eradicate this disease to get tested before marriage. And these things are happening now. People get tested before marriage. So this is a big achievement for us in such area. Secondly, in 2017, I was applying for different scholarships opportunities, and I got 8 rejections. So that was a bit disappointment for me, but I couldn't stop, and I created a platform with the name of Scholarships Corner. The aim of this platform was to share information with the student professional, not only for Pakistani students, but for the student professional from all over the world. And now we have like more than 150 students from all over the world, and they are studying in top universities of the world. And this platform is totally free, like all the information and all the like activities. We are arranging seminars and everything that are totally free. So why I share these like stories with you guys? Like I was afraid. I'm afraid now because of the like I have like some kind of phobia stage phobia. So I'm afraid now, but I'm talking. Like I was afraid that time that how can I start like work for thalassemia in such area? How can I start that platform? But someone told me you just need to take a small step. If you take that step, you will be good because this is the first step. If you take this, you will go forward. And I will say that when I remember that time, so it was difficult. But now, Alhamdulillah, we have like created an impact. And so, like I'm saying this, if I can do it, you guys can do it for your community. And you can bring that positive change in your community because everyone has unique capability. At the end of this speech, I would say that if you miss the opportunity, create one for others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Afridi. We are so happy to have you here and share your wonderful work that you do for youth in the entire world with new technologies, with this amazing platform that you built with your vision to allow many of the youth who you see tonight or today, sorry, in this room, have applied through the platform that Mr. Afridi built with his vision. So we are so thankful for allowing and presenting such opportunities to young leaders. I do have somebody else in the room which I would like to acknowledge his presence. We are so grateful and happy. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to speak due to some voice issues, but I want to acknowledge the fact that he came and he's supporting us here locally. Mr. Taha Ayhan, who's the president of the Islamic Cooperation Youth Forum. Thank you so much for being here with us today. The next thing in our program, as we are going live, and I want to say hello to everyone watching us live, and I want you to understand the reasons why we chose Istanbul as a prime location for our International Youth Summit. We could have done it in the United States. However, The United States, unfortunately, it's not an accessible country for everyone in the world. In terms of the travel, it's more expensive. The accommodations and also the visa process is a long process. So unfortunately also, some of our delegates faced issues while they were applying for visas. So for that, we offer them the support online, which they are watching us from home. So I want to wave to them to know that we value them and we appreciate all their efforts for trying to be here with us today, even live online, because so many of them are watching from many parts of the world where it's 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, so we appreciate you are watching us from home. Without further ado, I would like now to invite back on stage my colleague, Ms. Olivia Flavel, who is our Senior Research Associate at USIDHR, and she's going to start our next session of the day, which is the Youth Delegate Introductions. We all came here to hear the youth, to hear their voice. So the first panel is the it's the Africa Youth Delegate Introduction. So all of you who have been announced before, we ask you to come next to the stage. Ms. Flavel is going to introduce you all. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I do have a list of names here, so if you haven't already made your way to the stage, please can Patrick Kamanga, Wafar Saeed, Sanisa, Sanziba Sanral, Abdul Rasuli, and Abdullahi Robla come to the side of the stage because you are now going to do the speech that you pre-submitted to us. I've read these speeches and they are brilliant and I'm really excited for you all to see. So first up is Patrick. Are you here? Are you ready? Okay, I'd like to welcome Mr. Patrick Kamanga to the stage, please.
Excuse me. Hello everyone, good morning. I'm opening my computer. I put 10 on the screen. Give me so many opportunities. I am Patrick Kamanga from DRC, especially in Kinshasa. I'm going to speak about the biscuit cookies in health situation, especially in anemia, people living with anemia. Sorry, I'm not fluent in English, but I'll try to make you understand. So here we go. CBG2 is its strategy of medical cookies completely cures anemia. The project has been operating in DRC since 2010, ranked 7th poorest country in the world, 4th most populous, and 2nd largest country in Africa. Devastated by numerous conflicts, where 87.7% of its population lives below the poverty line. With this project, CPG support vulnerable family, ensure the promotion of healthy food for family living in extremely disadvantaged area. CBG want to cover the right of health for all Africa through the acquisition of modern infrastructure and equipment for manufacture of medical biscuits that's called Drepanopat. It advocates for a safe and right. Give to men, women, and young anemia a safe job as a product distributor went to assure self-resilience. Creates electrophoresis brain site, undertakes the care of victims of anemia, organized training for nurse technicians to equip them with the capacity to detect cases of anemia and coronavirus, constitute intervention team and technician for the distribution of drepanofat. The drepanofat is the color of that biscuit we developed. In the most remote area, organized awareness campaign on anemia and coronavirus using poster, lists and picture box, radio and television broadcast. The project will continue to operate beyond the granted grant because it will expand into the Central Africa and other areas. Mother Teresa of Calcutta said, "Alone I cannot change the world, but I can throw a stone into the water and create many ripples." Our stone is the medical biscuit, drepanofat, and we threw it away. It makes many waves in families in the Democratic Republic of Congo. By 2030, they will cover all Africa. Join us as we put this together to make the loss of record. Actually, in Congo, people, especially young people, are suffering a lot. They were a little bit help from people. But when you can look at it around the world, people are talking on Ukraine. But we have Ukraine in the east of democratic. People are killing every day. Rebels are coming out. We don't know. They're coming from where? We don't know. I'm here to raise my voice and to let you know it's not only Ukraine that is in the world. But Congo, especially in the east, you can see the rebels killing people. I remember one day we were about to distribute the medical biscuit in that area, but we've been stopped because of women, babies, they were killed. All the village. Please try to come out and visit Congo. Look what's happening. This is my message. I want you to be strong, especially young. Africa is a local, means strong. Together we are a local Makasi. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Patrick. That was brilliant. We next have Hussain. If you want to make your way to the stage, please give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. I'd like to start by asking all of you to remember who you are and why you're here. My name is Advocacy, meaning faithfulness, meaning truthfulness, meaning loyal. I live my life based on my name. I am Wafa, an immigrant daughter of parents whom are pioneers in thought. Parents that taught me strength and endurance runs through my veins. They've equipped me with the utmost wealth. Sorry, I lost my place. They've equipped me with the utmost wealth of knowledge from an early age, wrapped two hands and pulled me in my small face. stared deep into my large brown eyes, and they said to me, "Be proud of who you are." They instilled in me passion, compassion, wisdom, and grace. The notion that women are strong, and being strong is the strongest thing that we can offer humankind. Keep your head up and walk with strength. Go out there and shine your light for others to see. Speak, even when your voice quivers. I am my mother's deepest dream and my ancestors' wildest imagination. Ready to transform with kindness, lead with empathy, and heal with compassion and love. I can stand here today and say proudly and confidently who I am, but that wasn't always the case. Growing up in America as a daughter of Sudanese Muslim parents, I was lost, as many immigrant children are. No one I knew had the same name as me. No one I knew spoke Arabic. And no one was asked, "What is that?" whenever I brought something from home for lunch. I felt alone. I didn't know where I fit, how I fit, or if I would ever fit. When war and lack of human rights push people out of their country, the youth lose their roots to their lands. On September 11th, 2001, my 7th grade self was in English class. The day before was actually Culture Day, and I proudly spoke about the Sudanese culture and how big role Islam played in my life. I wanted so badly to show them my culture and to be accepted at the same time. But that Tuesday, as we sat in English class writing about Culture Day, one of my classmates walked in and said that a plane hit the World Trade Center. I began to cry because I thought, oh no, there's people on the plane that are dying. I wonder if there's any kids. I wonder if they're ever going to let us fly again. Will I ever go home? But as class ended and I started walking down the hall, I was pushed into a locker. I was called a terrorist. And at that very moment, I realized I wasn't ever going to fit in. I didn't know it at the time, but that was the day that my activism was activated. That incident stuck with me as I grew up and pushed into wanting to do something, not only for my community in Colorado, but also be an advocate and a fierce activist for all immigrants and the marginalized and poor. I began wearing the hijab to represent my full self and walk in honor. I no longer wanted to fit in. I choose to stand up, to stand proud, to stand strong for myself and for others. I choose to ensure human rights for every generation, not just my own. I strongly believe in humanity and in people. And when you're hungry for Black and brown justice in a system that's designed to fail us, it's usually because we are too full of privilege. We cannot be blinded by a false narrative of a dream that was not meant for us. I want to alter that dream. I want to break the table where I don't fit and use that to support, with the support of like-minded people, to build a new table, a table that represents all of us in all of our ways. My motto for myself has always been, do anything and do it well. And if you can, find or be something good in someone's day, at least once a day. Much of what happened in my career with community has been a matter of serendipity. I went from holding events for our youth to running a nonprofit to being included, involved, and invested in conversations for the betterment of our community in Colorado through organizations and government on a local and national level. One of my biggest accomplishments is being able to be part of change in the younger generation. The Sapid Youth Leadership Academy is a program under my nonprofit that was just a thought at the beginning, that I was able to create and build and implement into a curriculum that allowed for high school and college students to grow and develop. We help students get into college on full ride scholarships. We help the community register to vote. The work that I have done with the youth has led to receive the 2022 Excellence in Mentoring Finalist Award for Public Elevation. Currently, I am the Emerge Colorado cohort to learn about running for office, and I plan to run for U.S. Congress to make a difference for the immigrant and refugee community, not only in Colorado, but in America. I am also in the Urban Leadership Foundation to strengthen my skills as a leader and be able to provide for our community and bridge the gap between African and African American women and children to look beyond our differences and empower each other. This is my life work. This is my passion. Being a leader in human rights is not something to be taken lightly, and it's something we all need to come together to make work. I would like to close with a quote for thought. I am not anxious to be the loudest voice or the most popular, but I would like to think that at a crucial moment, I was an effective voice for the voiceless, an effective hope for the hopeless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was brilliant. Our next delegate is Stanislas Nasiba Samuel. Do you want to make your way to the stage? Give a nice warm welcome.
Mr. Excellence, Mayor of Avcılar, Madam, the founder of the USIDHR, Mr. President of USIDHR, diplomats, dear delegates, good morning. It's a pleasure for me to stand in front of you, in front of this assembly composed by human rights defenders and by youth leaders coming from everywhere over the world. I use this opportunity to thank the organization for the invitation. Honestly, I say thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to share with you here and now my contribution to the youth of my community in South Kivu, Bukavu, Democratic Republic of Congo. In my community, we usually face with security cases such as killing people and stealing their goods by using guns, sexual abuse, and so on. These insecurity cases are caused by, on one side, by the intercommunity conflict, and by, on the other side, by the increased number of youth unemployment. This situation has led some youth to join the group army, and other youth they joined some alcoholic and drug groups. Then they become more dangerous for the community. We all know that when the number of unemployment increases in an area, the cases of insecurity also increase in that area. Therefore, we created a non-profit association called Ubuntu in the response of the identified problem. I stand in front of you as the founder of Youth Association Ubuntu. As a youth association Ubuntu has a motto that says, together as one. Ubuntu is an African name that means I am because you are. This is humanity. Ubuntu's mission is to train the Congolese youth to be self-reliant by providing them with entrepreneurial skills and necessary resources with the purpose of fighting against youth unemployment. Ubuntu's vision is to become the best youth association in the country. The first objective of Ubuntu is to organize the training seminaries of entrepreneurship. In our seminaries of entrepreneurship, we train youth to become more creative and to use sustainably their available resources so that they can become completely self-reliant. We encourage them to create their own job or occupation, to prepare their future, and to contribute to the socio-economic development of our community. The second objective of Ubuntu as a youth association is to create a microfinance that can serve those who cannot get loans from the bank. Our microfinance system supports financially the youth's micro projects by giving them loans so that they can start and run successfully their small business activities and achieve their goals. This helps them to be financially stable and busy with their jobs and occupation. This microfinance intervenes also in education, especially in the payment of the academic fees to the insolvent students of some universities in my community. Some parents are no longer able financially to support or to pay the academic fees for their children because of the extreme poverty due to the COVID-19. Then Ubuntu supports insolvent students by giving them loans that allow them to pay their academic fees and have the right to pass exams. This is the reason why Ubuntu's office is located in one of the buildings of, this is the reason why Ubuntu's office is located in the building of one of the biggest universities in our community, Eastern Bukavu. Ubuntu is surrounded by 4 universities that make together a number of students which is above 15,000. And we are called to serve these students. Even if our resources are not available and enough to respond positively to the requests of everyone, Ubuntu is struggling as hard as possible and do the best to serve the insolvent students. The third objective of Ubuntu is to take care of youth social cases such as illness, death, and cases related to natural catastrophes. We usually organize some comfort visits to the vulnerable youth victims of one of the above cases and help them financially, materially, and morally. The fourth and last objective is to promote peace and harmony among different youth communities by organizing volleyball and football competitions. These competitions link youth from different communities and create a strong friendship between them. As a youth association, Ubuntu does not have enough resources to perform its daily activities for the interest of the youth. Therefore, we invite all people in the organization that are passionate by the development of youth to support Ubuntu with any form of assistance that can help this young association to reach to its goals. Supporting Ubuntu is also supporting the Congolese youth in their struggles against youth unemployment. Supporting Ubuntu is also supporting the education through the microfinance that help insolvent students to pay the academic fees. Supporting Ubuntu is to promote peace and I was saying, supporting Ubuntu is to promote peace and harmony and to discourage all the insecurity cases in my community. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my contribution, my passion, and my struggle for the well-being of the youth in my community. Together,
Thank you so much. I'm really sorry to put you off, but we have our last speech. Do you want to make the stage? We have our last speech before we have our panel. So we have Abdullah. Do you want to make the stage? One more again.
Hello. I hope everyone doing well. Assalamu alaikum. I want to say thank you, President of the US Institute of Forgiveness and Human Rights, Mr. Emmanuel, and also I want to say thank you, the founder of the US Institute of Forgiveness and Human Rights, Ms. Sabella, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, friends, and high-profile delegates who come from the different countries. It's an honor to always again to able to address the human rights and leadership. First, my name is Abdullah Muhammad. I came from the Somalia, but my studies are all service. So I did master in healthcare management in the Service Education first. My degree was medical activist. I also work with various humanitarian organizations. I have also the chairperson of the Somali students in Cyprus. For the last 2 years as a student leadership, we have faced many challenges that cannot be summarized here. The rise in living in the standard, increasing the cost of the basic necessities of the high rents, xenophobia and hate speeches brought about the difficult conditions affecting the foreign students. Even the more special, we do not have support system, and our familiars within the proximity to assist us. Unfortunately, the universities are not doing much help to us. So we must make our own voice hearing and organize to advocate for the improved living conditions and right protections for international students. We have been receiving complaints about the drastic increase in the price and the high living standards as students. We believe that we are disproportionately affected by this increase in the bills, police, housing, transportation, and other basic necessities are taken in the tremendous toll on international students. With no supporting system by our universities and the governments. A year has passed since we lost stood before. Your high level segments, the world has seen progress on several fronts. Yet in all areas, things remaining the same, not least in the terms of the lack of the respect of the human rights leadership values. I'm delighted to be here this morning looking through the list of the participants. I would like to say how wonderful it is because it is a confess how far we have traveled on the agendas for human rights and leadership. I'm humbled and honored to share this Mr. Manuel and Mrs. Isabella, who have been honored in this summit. Dear delegates, today I would like to speak important topics. First, the global human rights legal framework was born out of the purpose acts that are outgrade to the consequence of humanity 70 years ago. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights is a part of international law. It is also an important milestone for the human family. The international legal system founded on human rights, democracy, and the rule of law. Most of the constituents of the event, not least now, when many political leaders question their validity on the universality of human rights of the individuality of the sole bearers of the rights. Dear delegates, secondly, when human rights are challenged, when the democracy is under the pressure, and the rule of the law and undermining, we need to most tortuous among us. The human rights defenders, trade unities, journalists, bloggers, and the media workers, artists, blushers, all who are there to speak up on behalf of those who have no voice, for that there can be democracy without vibrant and pluralistic civil society. It is these brave women and men who help us as a state living up to our international obligation and ensure that we are held accountable. Human rights are central element of international law, are essential to the development and the maintenance of international peace and the security of the sustainable development of the priorities of the UN and the equality important, as there can be neither sustainable peace nor true development without the full and the equal enjoyment of human rights. Challenges of human rights. Human rights today faces growing challenges and no country imposed value. Okay. So the time is very narrowing. I want to continue, but my colleague said to you, I'm saying to you, hi, human rights are.
Thank you, Abdullahi. Thank you so much. Thank you to our youth. Thank you to our guests. I think it's time for all of us to take a short break. We can be back in the room at 11:30. It's currently 10:48. So 40 minutes break. We have coffee breaks, cookies for everyone outside the ballroom, and we'll come back for the panel discussions and the start of the human rights leader training. So please don't go home. Come back after 30 minutes. Thank you.
tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today.
made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today.
Okay, so I want hello as everyone are quickly finding their way from the side coffee break area to the ballroom. We are here and we need to start with our presentations. Next, we have panel discussions with youth delegates from African countries. So I would like to have the youth join me here on the stage, please. The youth who have been selected for this panel discussion, please join me on stage. Come on, hurry up, you're young people, come on, please have a seat, You can sit there. bring us another chair, please? Thank you. Okay, perfect. Great, so our first panel discussion. So as you can see, the agenda keeps moving. We have youth introductions, the 2-minute speech by each youth delegate, and then we have panel discussions where I'm going to provoke these young leaders to specific questions. But first of all, I want them to tell you where they are coming from, what country they represent, and their name. So very, very short, starting with Mr. Ali, please, Mohammed. Your name, full name, and country you're representing.
Mohammed Ali, I'm from Somalia. I did graduate master in politics and international relations in Istanbul.
Next.
Hello everyone. My name is Abdullahi, and from Germany. I'm a student here in Istanbul University. I do African Studies and International Relations, and I'm doing my last year my thesis on immigration, illegal immigration in Turkey. So that's why. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Abdullah Suleiman. I came from all the way down from Canada. I represent a small visible minority, Somalis in Canada. I'm a community leader, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Judy.
Hello, delegates. I'm Judy Ovicho from Kenya. I'm a human rights crusader, and I'm the founder at Avcılar Foundation, where we basically deal with women's rights issues. Thank you. I'm looking forward to interacting and doing more networks.
Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you, first of all, for traveling from all around the world, for coming here to get inspired, to get the knowledge, and most importantly, to get the tools that you will use to go back to your countries, to your regions, to make change. And making change would not be possible without educating other people, without respecting, without promoting the respect for human rights. So with that in mind, I want to ask you, and we'll go one by one. I want to ask you, let me start with the female part of it first. So Judy, I know you already do a lot of stuff with your organization. You post amazing pictures. I'm always following you, seeing how much you help young girls, women, mothers. What are you expecting to get more from this youth summit to bring and start bringing up your organization in order to make a great impact? Because I know that's what you are very passionate about, in helping more people. What are you hoping from us to provide so that you can go back to Kenya and inspire many, many more?
My major expectation is to get equipped with knowledge on human rights, so that when I go back to my country, I will speak with authority, knowing what I'm doing is right, and to empower girls and women back in my country.
Thank you. That's amazing. Same question for you. What are you hoping to get from being here at the summit so that when you go back to your country, you start implementing?
Hi, as I said before, I'm from Canada. I happen to be one of the visible minorities living in Canada. I'm originally from Somalia. What motivates me to come here to participate in this summit is like, I know about rights, I was brought up with Islam culture. Islam teaches that everybody has a right, like the Lord has a right to be worshipped, like حق الرب للعبادة. That's what it's called in Arabic. It's Lord has a right to be worshipped. Whether you're Christian, you're Muslim, you're whatever, you have to go to church, you have to go to mosque where you happen to worship. And we have rights also for parents.
So the question was, what exactly you're expecting from the summit? We'll get to the part of what you're doing next.
Yes, what I'm going to benefit from here is to listen, get ideas, and go back to my community and empower the youth to participate in such summit, to also get motivation and to lead them, to show them what is it like to have your own rights to exercise in your own country, in your own house, in your own culture.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Same question?
Yes.
Yeah, really, I was not into this field before, since I wanted to be more in the NGOs working in development issues. But right now, after being a student here for more than 4 years, I have discovered an issue which people do not speak about. They are the illegal transit, irregular immigrants stuck and stranded in Turkey while they are on their journey towards Europe. Those people need rights. So I want to be an advocate for those irregular immigrants. I want to do my own NGO based in Istanbul and create an impact on those societies and make an awareness of those. Also, there's a humanitarian crisis happening in the border between Greece, Bulgaria, and Turkey. So we need to raise this to the Turkish Republic as well as international NGOs and make their voice heard. And I wish this summit will give me that power to network with all those and go ahead.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mbaka.
First of all, I am not familiar with human rights. I am more of a politician. So when I go back to my
What are you hoping to get from this summit so that you can start implementing at home?
So when for example, I learned a lot of human rights here. So when I got to my home, I will show my people.
Purchase your tracks today. your tracks today.
Booyah Beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Target and help women. Remember, if we improve the life of women, we improve the life of their families. When families thrive, humanity thrives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Julie. That's wonderful. And congratulations for everything you do. I'm sure there are a lot of people here in the room that share your mission for women, for children, and thank you. Everything that you do is amazing. Thank you for joining us. So next I would like to get like a short, brief answer from each one of you from like you've been living in Canada and you too in Turkey. And at one point you might want to go back to your country or at least work with your people in the community. What is one thing that you learn in your host country right now that you are hoping to get back to your community, to give it back? As you know, we live in an age where we have cultural exchanges. Part of the summit is also to get and meet other people from around the world, other delegates who have different cultures, different experiences. But I want to learn from you, each one of you, what did you learn in Canada, in Turkey, that you want to take back to your country as a positive action that you can start inspiring others? So let's
when I came here in 2011, you
can keep your microphone.
yes, when I came here in 2011, I did not know about any, human rights. So, in our country, there is no human rights for education, and there's no, rights for children, rights for women. So I didn't hear, a lot of rights. So when I back to my home, I'm sure I will change everything, and I will make to become a good leader for human rights.
Thank you so much.
Really, I had a good experience for the past 20 years as being a teacher. I was a teacher for almost 10 years. Also, I was a certified trainer. I was training, giving leadership and entrepreneurship training to local communities, schools, and universities. I have visited more than 30 high schools in my country, Somalia and Ethiopia, and more than 12 universities I lectured. And I was empowering youth to be self-sufficient and do things by themselves. Really, one of the best experiences I had while I was in India is the people should create work for themselves. So before immigrating, that's why now the issue I was talking about a few minutes ago, those homeless people who are leaving their country in search for a better life somewhere else, they don't know should stay in their country. So leadership and communities should be empowered while they're in their country, should be given hope. So kind of this, when I can go back to my country right now, what I should do is to create local communities engaging in empowering students who will raise their voice, the government and international NGOs, and will let them fund those kind of activities to let those stay in their country and create their own opportunities for better living conditions.
Thank you so much. That's amazing, and I'm so happy to hear you learned so much from Turkey and thinking about bringing it back to Somalia. Next.
Yes, I'm happy to be actually meeting some of the youth that participated in this summit. What I learned from the youth is the experience that I'm going to share with my youth that I lead as a community leader back in Canada. So the young people that I lead, they always face challenges. They used to face racial profiling. They used to face police brutality in the streets. Even though our government has done a good job in changing the rules, like, for example, allowing the policeman.
So the question was, what exactly you learned from Canada that you're trying to bring back to your country?
Yes, what I learned from Canada is I've been a role model for the youth that I want to share my experience when I get back from this summit. And I'm very happy that I met a lot of young leaders in this summit. The youth has been a role model for a long time, like Malala in Afghanistan for education, like the Swedish girl that advocates for environmental. So the youth has always been an example for the other youth. So what I learned from Canada that I want to get back with it is an experience that I will be sharing, empowering them to be also a voice for their communities.
Amazing, thank you so much. So here was our first panel discussions. Please join me here in front. We'll take a group picture. Can have the people to move the chairs and the seats from here, please. I'm actually going to do this. Let's put the music video until they come in and take the seats from here. Thank you. Speeches after hearing the perspective from both government officials, civil society, leaders of NGOs, religious leaders, people who are dedicated to bring peace around the world, young leaders who are coming here to learn, motivated, inspired. one of the reasons why I created this instrument, I was once I was once I was once one thing that I found in Congo always you Perfect. So, become a human rights leader. What is that all about? We use words, human rights leader, human rights advocate, human rights activist, everything in our mind, it's so confusing at this point. So I thought about giving you some tips and tools about the steps that you need to take in order to become a human rights leader. By going through these steps, you might realize that you are already a human rights leader, which the fact that you're here says all about you as well, because you are the future, okay? That's me. It's about Doyle. I went to law school. I wanted to become a lawyer. And I did everything that a person would normally do to become a lawyer. I went to law school. I did one master's in international law, and then I did another master. And I'm like, when I'm starting to become a lawyer, on my way there, I did not lose myself. I found myself. And I realized I don't like drama. I don't want to be just a lawyer. I want to be able to impact millions of people if possible. And I had a thought in my mind that I can do it if I'm able to help other people. So my biggest thing in my life was helping others, creating something for other people. And I realized that as one lawyer, I cannot do that. So the 5 steps to become a human rights leader, it will start with calling and preparation. So as you see, I did have a calling. I had a calling to go to law school, do all the things, but then my calling in the end was to help other people become what I've become, inspire them to become leaders, inspire them to become advocates for tolerance and peace. The second is preparation. So that's me. when I graduated from the University of Buffalo in New York State. And at that point, I realized that I don't want to wear that robe. I want to dress like this. For those who saw me a couple of days here, I dress in a shirt, a regular shirt. Usually we have human rights printed on us because we are all people, okay? And once I decided I don't want to be a lawyer anymore, because my story starts when I was little. I was born in post-communism Romania, a little country in Eastern Europe. Even though I was born after communism, I still could feel the reminiscence of communism. I still remember when my grandparents were telling me, make sure when you talk on the phone that nobody hears you, nobody listens to your call. Make sure when you go on the street, you're careful not saying bad stuff about the government. I had young friends and neighbors playing with them, talking with their parents, telling me they went to jail just by wearing the long hair. At the time, it allowed in communism to wear long hair. All these things were deep inside me there. So when I had the opportunity back in 2016, I was nominated and selected to be a youth delegate at the United Nations to represent my country. And from there, the rest is somehow history, because we were able to create this organization that I'm now happy to be the leader of. I couldn't have done that, obviously, without my team and volunteers. But these are some of the pictures that I took along the journey. Obviously, you saw more in the video. I started at the grassroots levels, making sure that everyone in my community knows their human rights. So after I've been to a conference like this one, where you're participating to, the first step was to go back to my community and start telling everyone what I knew. What I knew was the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, telling them about all the 30 human rights in the Universal Declaration. Once I've achieved that, I started to gain momentum. I started to gain attention from local governments, state governors, the governor of the state of New York, and finally in 2018, I got awarded by the President of the United States for my work in promoting human rights for all. But what am I telling you this? It's not because I want to brag myself about my work. I did not even know that there is an award given by the President of the United States for my work, for volunteer work in human rights. But I had this. I had calling and preparation. I prepared my entire life for that moment. But when you know the exact steps you need to take, and I wish I could have known them sooner, because I could have taken action sooner. So that's hot for mind for you. I want you to pay attention to the next steps that I'm going to teach you about, so that what are the exact steps you need to take that I took to become what I am today, okay? So let's go to step number 2, understanding the industry of human rights. Obviously, you cannot be a human rights leader without understanding what human rights are. And unfortunately, the first misconception that we have to deal with is activism and advocacy. I spoke with so many of you here. I've read your bios before. I've read your applications. I talk with many people around every day. If you go on Google, and everyone knows on Google, you search what's the difference between activism and advocacy, you will fail. You'll actually become more confused than probably you already were. So what in the world is the difference between activism and advocacy? Is it being an activist a bad thing? Is it being an advocate a good thing? Yes. Are these two different? So when it relates to difference between an activist and an advocate? Is there a specific type of person? Like if I look at you, do I know you're an advocate or an activist? Or you can be both at a time. So that's the first point I want you to understand. So let's go over it. Activism and advocacy, often confused with one another because they both work, what they have in common. They both work to promote change or transformation in society. Okay? Whether an activist or an advocate, you both work for the same thing, to promote change and transformation in society. However, let me go on this other side so we can all see very clearly. The goals associated with these names, activist and advocate, and the means to achieve them are often different, or at least they should be different. So when we look at the difference between activism and advocacy, we need to look at the goals. What is my purpose? What do I want to achieve as an advocate on the long term? And the means, how do I do it? So here are some differences. Activist. An activist is someone who takes action to promote social change, and they are more involved in active pursuits such as demonstrations, strikes, campaigns, protests. An activist goal is to create an impact and make people listen, whether they want it or not. Okay? An advocate has a tendency towards working a bit behind the scenes with legislation, policies that affect large groups of people. The purpose in this case for advocacy is to convince others of your cause through dialogue, through meeting, through bilateral meetings with each other. It often involves also listening to their thoughts, making them aware of yours and settling disputes through mutual understanding, exactly the same like in negotiation. So in practice, how does that work? Well, an activist is going to go there and will make the government listen. I need you to do this. We need this bill to be issued. An advocate will go and work behind the scenes, meeting with the ministers, meeting with stakeholders, and talking to them, understanding, listening to their viewpoint, understanding so that they can get to a mutual agreement. So activism, I don't want you to think that activism is bad so far, okay? Because everything I described so far sounds so bad, okay? Activism does entail more than just simply speaking up. It's not like this, okay? You are actively engaged in taking part in change efforts by engaging your voice through public protest. And making change is hard, as we heard today. It requires a long and often difficult road of collective action at multiple levels. Usually advocates, what do? We rely on the work of activists so that after we went to bilateral talks, after we went to discussions, we want to be followed by activists who demand change. So that's in a nutshell. Obviously, we are short on time, so we cannot do a full presentation. On our USIDHR.org page, we have a full article with the differences, explaining the differences between activism and advocacy. But the first thing I want you to leave this room, young leaders, delegates here, with the fact that I want you to dream about more than just simply being an activist. I want you to be an advocate for your region, for your country, but at the same time, rely and work with activists in your region so that the work you do as an advocate for promoting education for human rights is then followed by concrete action. Second thing that we need to know is civil rights versus human rights. Let me get this in water. This is another confusion.
Will we have the slides?
The slides? Yes, we can put them in your app. Yes. But if you want, you can take notes on your beautiful notebooks. Great. So another ask somebody, civil rights and human rights. Here's the thing. There have been more than 70 plus years since the Universal Declaration of Human Rights has been adopted. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights promotes 30 human rights for all. Unfortunately, many skip directly to the articles and forget about the preamble of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Eleanor Roosevelt and the drafters of the Declaration purposely put that there, and we forget about it. We forget to read it. For that reason, I put you in the materials. You have your Human Rights Leader Kit. You have a copy of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and booklet with each human right. But I want you to pay attention at the preamble of the Declaration, because that's self-explanatory. The dream of Eleanor Roosevelt and the leaders who were joining her in drafting the Declaration was to have it taught on every school on earth. The purpose of the Universal Declaration was education, teaching others about their rights. The purpose of the Universal Declaration was not to teach people that they have rights. So that's one thing I want you to get in your mindset, to understand that having human rights doesn't mean that we respect human rights. Human rights are based on the principle of respect for another person, for another individual. And you need to know that your right ends where the right of other people begin. So it's the principle of respect that Sheikh Kasem was talking earlier. That's the pure definition of human rights. It's not about I have rights no matter where I go necessarily. It's about learning how to respect the other people, enjoying your rights, making sure that other people have rights too. So, as mentioned, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights has 30 human rights. Let's go exactly into the differences, because I want you also, now that you know this, but I want you to think, and I want you to do this exercise when you go back to your country. Stop your siblings, your brothers, your sisters, your mothers, your parents, your friends, and ask them, hey, do you know how many human rights we have? Do you know what human rights are? And I bet you, I'm just looking forward to hear from you if you get another feedback. But the majority of people will tell you some rights. Like, yeah, I have the right to vote. Or I have the right, like this I get in the United States very often. I have the right to remain silent.
Exactly.
So, I'm telling you, there is a lack of education in terms of human rights in the world. And it's, honestly, I cannot understand it, because if everyone would read the preamble of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights adopted more than 70 years ago, we would be able to understand that we need more education about human rights. So I'm not going to go in each one of the details, the human rights, civil rights, political rights, but this is the most important difference. Human rights are inherent to every person as a human being. They are not something that the governments give us. They are something that we are born with, okay? We are born with them, and we have them simply for being a human being. Civil rights, however, they are conditional. They can only be gained through belonging to one specific country or state. The difference between them, therefore, lies in the way on how these rights are being recognized. Civil rights are recognized by the government through laws or constitutions, while human rights are derived from natural law and are universally, or should be universally, applied and protected. Just to give you an example, because I don't like just to give you theoretical stuff, and there's another thing that I cannot understand. I had to go to law school, to a master's in law, to learn my human rights in the 21st century. So tell me if I'm wrong that we should learn this all when we are little in school. All kids in elementary school should know about their rights and not just hear about human rights violations, because the reason why we have human rights violations is because know about their rights. So, some examples. United Kingdom, for example, civil rights are protected by common law or statute. In the United States, we have the Constitution of the United States, we have the Bill of Rights, and many other countries in the world have followed and they have put human rights in their constitution. But does that mean they are different, the human rights and civil rights? They're both like human rights and civil rights can be the right against discrimination, injustice, inequality, so they can have the same protections. But honestly, the difference stays in the numbers. So I don't know if you prefer having 30 human rights as we have in the Universal Declaration, or we should have 6, 7, how many constitutions of the world protect. The problem was also, for those of you who don't know the history of the adoption of the Universal Declaration, I'll put that in the app as a resource. There was a very famous speech by Eleanor Roosevelt called The Struggle for Human Rights. I'll add it for everyone in your app. You must read it. Because initially, we did not even have the term human rights. Initially, it was the rights of men. And countries could not come together in a same common agreement to agree how rights should be and should be viewed. Because one right, for example, the right to work in the United States meant everyone is allowed to work, while in the Russian Federation at that time was meant something different, meant that the government is allowed to give you work. So they came up with this formula saying that the rights of men should be different than human rights, and that's how the term human rights in the end was born and started to be used in Constitution and in other places. Step number 3, so we talked about calling and preparation. That's the first step you need to have. You have to have your why, okay? That's why it's so important to have. When I wake up in the morning, and you know, we all have those days when we don't want to wake up in the morning. It's like, oh, I don't want to go to work today. I don't want to go to work today. But I know that if I don't get up that morning, many kids in the world will suffer. Many kids in the world will not have education. But that's my why. That's my purpose. That's my calling. I know if I didn't wake up today morning, we would not have this conference. So I want you, the first thing, don't jump to step number 3, which a lot of people do. Don't skip the steps. If you want to be a successful human rights leader, you have to follow and step into the footsteps of somebody who's done that before, who's been there, who's been in your place. And I'm sharing this from the bottom of my heart because I can relate to you. I can relate to your work. I've been there in your place and I follow the steps. So, calling preparation, understanding human rights. Obviously, what I put here on the screen, it's not your full understanding. I just wanted to give you a teaser of what you need to know, the 2 most important things. Then you start building your knowledge. You start reading, you have an entire human rights leader toolkit that I want you to use it when you go back, resources and so forth. Step number 3, promote peace through education. How do we do that? Well, there are different ways, but some of the ways that you can do immediately after you leave this conference. Deliver workshops, engage in community, and legislation advocacy. How do we deliver workshops? We go to schools, universities. In your human rights leader toolkit, we already put a template there. Simply, you just need to put your name and sign it on, give it to a university. I want to do a human rights workshop. I want to teach others about what I've learned at this conference. Very easy. Look at this. Usually these are 3 spaces together. Now, I know, granted, we've been in COVID times and a lot of places have been closed. So that's why you go here to online. You can start a Facebook group, a closed Facebook group, invite your friends, go live on your Facebook page or on Zoom. And finally, community gathering, as we are closely getting reintegrated into society after this long pandemic. You can do trainings for local NGOs, allow community leaders to talk, do panel discussions like this, organize events in your region, in your area. And the most, I just put an example here, the most obvious example, and I know I was talking with somebody also about this. When I started, so I went to the conference at the United Nations. I came back to my community and I started doing this. I started going to schools, university, local libraries, community gatherings, doing it all the time. And then I saw that there is a drop in bullying. In every school I was going to, I saw there is a drop in bullying. I saw that teachers don't have domestic problems at home. I saw the impact that human rights education can have on an unconscious mind. So there are actually researchers from StopBullying.gov that bullying stops within 10 seconds, 57% of the time, if a bystander intervenes. So it's not necessarily for those who are bullying or those who are being bullied, but also the simple fact that you know to identify the bullying by knowing about it right, you can then stop that from happening. The same applies with human trafficking. Knowing about human trafficking, knowing how to spot the vulnerabilities, knowing how to spot the dangers of human trafficking, it will help people protect other people. Engaging the community, we talked about that. So most effectively, how you do that? You create local events, I mentioned that. You go to church. A lot of you here are leaders or you go to a specific congregation. Where are the people that love you the most? Where are the people that they stay there and they are actually spiritually ready to receive new information? The church. So you go there and you talk with your church leader, your pastor, your priest, and you ask them, can I, after liturgy, after service, can I do a 10 minutes presentation about human rights? I bet to you everyone is going to love it. City hall, local government events, the same. They're all about community engagement and public speaking, going into the area. There are like groups that happen, like corner streets events. I want you to do that, the young leaders in this room. There are corner, it's not, I did that. I stayed in corners of the street, sharing flyers with the people, stopping buses, stopping taxis, stopping everyone to give them information. Because education and information can be in multiple forms. We can do advertising on TV, we can do posters, we can do educational sections. So you have to be inventive and create more and more different purposes. Then finally, after you do all this steps, you can also help shape legislation. And I chose these words very carefully because a lot of people are in the activism mode and it's like, I want this law to happen. And a lot of people don't realize that laws don't happen overnight. So what you can do is help your legislators in your country understand what is needed and wanted. For example, if there's a need, let's say we need to promote, clean energy in your area. If there's no bill, no law introduced, you can start advocating for that. But for example, if somebody already introduced, you can help them by allowing other members of the parliament or something understand the importance. Because our leaders expect us to tell them what they need to do. They need to know what's happening on the ground, but they don't need to know to make them wrong, to complain about this, because that's all they hear. They need to know how we can help them. So I want you to do this exercise and change your minds. I know some of you might be frustrated. Are happening in your area. Human rights violations are happening in your area. And the first thing that comes to your mind is like, I'm gonna tell him like, so many people are dying, so many people are suffering. But instead of doing that, try going there and tell them, I'm here, I want to help you. How can I help you? Because the people are dying. What I can do to be of service to you, to help you and your team, I'm offering as a volunteer, as whatever, to help you realize that these people need help. You see immediately the transformation. You need to understand that their reality needs to match with your your reality. And if you go to somebody, anybody, if you come to me and you tell me the wrong things I'm doing, I'm not going to be receptive. I'm going to have a wall. The same happens with our leaders. So we need to make sure we go there with an open heart and actually tell them we want to help. And this is why we want to help. So that's about helping legislate. Promote good legislative initiatives, call for signature letters. This is very important. Don't do petitions. Petitions, again, activism. Call for signatures. Here's the cost. This is what we want. Ask all the nonprofit organizations and private citizens sign on that. Petition is demand. Call for signature is this is the cost. We would like to discuss. Let's sit together, negotiate. Propose new legislation, and finally advocate. Step 4. Build a team. As you can see, I could not have been anyone today or not put this event together by myself. So as you go in your career as a human rights leader, you need to learn how to grow. And that's one step that a lot of people oversee. Because when you are a leader, you think you're the only one who can give directions, you're the only one who can run, you're the only one who can lead. That's why you're a leader. But the best quality of a leader is to know how to delegate to other people, is to know how to build a team and empower their team around them so that together they are more powerful. Together they succeed and they have the success they wanted, and not only that, they acknowledge each other. I always acknowledge my team. For good and bad, I'm just telling them because that's something that is missing. We have bosses, companies, that's why people hate their boss, because their boss comes on to tell them what they did wrong and tell them what they did good as part of the job. No, you have to learn how to acknowledge people. So building a team is your 4th step, and probably one of the most important that I don't want you to forget about this. I don't want you when you start, so let's say you start going into school, you start going into church, you should start gathering other volunteers, colleagues in your class, at university, or neighbors, or friends. I bet you will find people who share the same goals and passion for human rights. When you want to do something, they will join you. Oh, let's go together to this church, or let's go together to this university, and actually do something together. Number 5, and my favorite, make an impact. Along the way, you already did an impact, made an impact, but I want you to think how else you can make an impact. What you can do to get out of your bubble, and the simple fact that you came here, from many of you, it's first time out of their country, first time traveling to a foreign country, congratulations for that. But making an impact, it's hard to be done, rather than said. But I want you to keep this in mind. Your goal in making an impact should start with step number 1. God, your calling. If you don't have that base, it's like the Maslow's pyramid. Okay? If you don't have that as a solid base, and these are circular, these steps. So you start with step number 1, go to 5, you start with step number 1 again. So these are correlated. You cannot make an impact. The purpose, the goal in itself should not be necessary to make the impact. You get that? Can I get the yes? Yes, yes. So making an impact is not the goal. I know a lot of you are talking, we talk on the stage, I want to make an impact. That shouldn't be the goal. That should be your why. That shouldn't be the thing that you wake up in the morning, because you have those days that I was talking about, and making an impact in the morning at 7 a.m. trying to get to this conference didn't sound like a great thing, you know? But I knew that here, delivering this training for you, helping you understand your human rights, It's what needs to get me out of the bed. So the same, make sure you put your why, you put your calling, and then you think about making an impact. Finally, I wanted to join you to join the USIDHR team, and I know many of you have asked about that already. Tomorrow, at the end of the training, we are going to post in the app for those of you who want to send in an application to become a regional director for your area. We have that open. And we do have our human rights education training. That's for human rights consultant. It's basically your next step after you finish this one, the human rights leader training, which actually certifies you as a consultant. What does a consultant do? Does many things, but the most important thing is they go deliver, they can get clients, they can help governments, they can help companies, they can help deliver human rights training, and also they can help make an impact by impacting policies. So you get the certificate of edge, more than 3,000, look at them. I have pictures, a few of them with their certificates. We had last year more than 3,000 people completed the training, and these are some of the testimonials, obviously. And that's the banner outside in the coffee break area that has my face with me. You can visit. It has my face with me. It has a QR code. You can scan that and you can get it. Because of the pandemic, we made it entirely online, so anyone can join, sign up, you get your username and password and everything. I've been talking about the Human Rights Leader Kit all along. For those of you who are not familiar yet with the app, it can be scanned on your badge, and it's here in the materials. And also, I'll ask any of the speakers who are doing presentations, if they have materials to share, that's where we are going to put it, okay? Some of your resources. So these are some of the resources we put there already. Please do it so, because that's very important. And yes, my team put this on the screen so that I don't forget about this announcement. Recently, I launched my How to Become a Human Rights Professional book. It was launched about 2 weeks ago. So you're basically the first who are seeing the book in real life. So during our coffee break at 4 p.m., I'll be here in the hallway. Everyone interested of signed autographs, we'll take nice pictures, we'll be there. And that's it. There's wow, look. Thank you so much. Okay, so we're not done, okay? Are you tired? Tell me you're not tired. Yay, you're not tired. Okay, so our next guest is very, very, very, very dear to my heart. And I asked her to come here and not do just an introduction like our most distinguished guest. I wanted her because I want you to understand this. She's a living legend. What you're witnessing today, it's history, because she is the only living person who has participated in the adoption of the Convention on the Rights of the Child. So, riding on stage with me. She's a UNICEF CRC executive, and we are so happy and honored. And I wanted to make her work a bit because she has so many things to teach you, so many things to share. So without further ado, Yvonne, please, you have your presentation.
Hello everybody, just in case you didn't realize, it's about lunchtime, and I want to be sure that before we go to sleep, we're gonna do an exercise. Everybody stand up. Everybody, I learned that long time ago when I was a young leader in multi-level marketing. The only way to keep the people alive is to relax. For those who don't know me, I don't speak English. I just pretend. And for those who don't know me, let's do this with me. Go around. That means you relax. Go around. Look at around you. That's the intention. It's not about you. This is not about you. It's about the people around you. That's human rights. You get a point now? Yes. Or you were thinking of it, so you said teacher in the back. No. It was about that. This is going to be a funny presentation because they told me I have 20 minutes to tell you all the great things that UNICEF does. And I told him 20 minutes, 190 countries. How I divided the seconds. I know, one word, UNICEF. Then you can go to the website and read all about it. Well, okay, let's start from the beginning. I was 17 years old when I was curious about the war in Nicaragua. When all of a sudden, I decided to tell my father that I was very concerned about displacing kids. Imagine, he's like a dog. Let's go, move. And then I told myself, gee, nobody cares. And if they do, there's nothing they can do. So for the first time, I realized that it's really dramatic, the situation of various circumstances of a child. So I checked it with my parents and they said, yeah, it is happening now. And I said, yeah, but shouldn't happening. What are you gonna do about it? Write it down, he said, my father. And I did. And I come back very excited, and I showed him. And you know what he did? Very calm French guy. He said to me, that's really good, but children need more than that. And I said, but, no. But it's something that I cannot repeat in English because it means something really hard. You need to understand that that is the excuse of every inefficient person. But it's not going to cut it off for the kid who is not eating. But it's not going to cut it for the kid who is not receiving the medicine on time and die. But it's not going to cut off. What are you going to do about it? Write it down. Very exciting. I decided to go ahead and I decided to do something exciting. I decided to write. And as a diplomat daughter, I decided to go ahead and ask every friend, diplomat daughter. So, in my age, and in every single diplomat level. It's like more than 1,000 pages I wrote. And I come back to my father. I said, hey, take a look. What about now? And after a while, he was disappointed. He said, you don't get it. It can't be done more for the children. This was carrying on and on, until about 5-6 years after, I was tired. Not to disappoint my father, I don't need for his expectation. To be frustrated, not to know what to do. But I want to make an exercise. I promise it's going to be fun because you are fun, and I know you want to go to it. So the first thing is not to cheat in this exercise. Everybody put your hands, the 2 hands like this. I just want to see the hands. No, up. No exercise needed. Just like this. You know what I'm doing that? I don't want to touch your phone. Yes, 2 hands. I know, 2 hands, I'm serious. Because I want to ask you a question. You're about to be leaders of human rights. I don't see the hands, some people are already checking. No phones. This is my own trick. I want you to tell me right now, do you know that children have rights? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, so now everybody has been a child once? Now tell me the number, how many children are in the convention? Don't touch your phone and do not, if you talk to me before and you cannot talk, you are disqualified for talk. So you have to be sure that you didn't cheat it. So really telling you know what happened? You have dropped your hands down. I get my answer. The truth is, 2% of the population in the world knows the answer. Isn't that funny? We all have been children. And most of the people have been using this expression. It's not fair to our parents. But it is fair. Let me show you what is fair. Are you ready for the show? Yes. I'm going to disappoint you. My suitcase didn't arrive, so I had to do it yesterday. I have to disappoint you again. The internet came at 3 o'clock in the morning. But you know what? It's something I learned through my years. Not only to be funny, as you can tell, I am a little funny. It's about to be prepared. Everything can an experience to pass by Bolivia. In Bolivia, a child is not forced to be enrolled or registered until the age of 12. Therefore, if I have a baby, somebody can imagine what happened to these kids in Bolivia? People say they're babies. Think twice. I want to brutally shock you right now. A child who's not registered is just that. A something with bones and meat. And guess what? Horrible reality. Around the world, there is a traffic organs market. And if you need urgently for somebody a liver, go to Bolivia. Because you just can't take the organ out of the child and sell it. And guess what? It's a crime. You know why? Because that child didn't have a name. And it has no nationality. So there is no crime. Do you understand? If you're 0 to 3 years old, if you don't have a name, you're nothing. You breathe, but you are nothing. So I want to make a parenthesis of 30 seconds to tell you how this is going to work. Imagine I am only 25 years old, finally, we put it in this document and we push it then inside the organ of the United Nations. It took almost 10 years altogether. Finally, I was told that a new organism has taken interest in my project. And then all of a sudden, but they're willing to do it. And by the way, resources, but in the world, the smarter people in the world are the French. You know why? They create European Union. And nobody can understand, only the French. But it's interesting to mention in that way, a funny way, because I'm family French. But it's not about me. Never was about me. You can read the internet, you're not going to find anything about me. But you can ask, you know. You ask the church, the Catholic Church, they know me. I was represented in children's rights in Chantilly. How many knew where the convention was done in Chantilly? Raise your hand honestly. If you knew or you don't know, don't raise your hand. Look around. How many hands are? 0. You know what is more funny? Nobody has ever talked about the convention. If you go internet, what you see is, oh, the convention was created in November 20 in the year 1989. Hello? No. The convention was created in September, and I know because I was there. I was only 25, 26 years old, and I was there. Do you know what is the average person age in that convention? 72 years old. I was the kiddo in the room. But it was my document. So what I did is, I gave people who knew a lot about the work in human rights to teach me what else can be done. And I trust them. So the first thing I confront in that convention is the standard. People come, a Catholic came and say, oh no, children start when they are in the womb, because they are already alive. Oh geez, we start with the problems. So we come in a one consensus. We're not going to get religions in here, says God, but we're going to be sure that we're going to have a minimum standard. Children's rights start with a baby born, period. You want to bring your religion aboard? You're welcome. But as for the convention, the minimum standard is, you're born, you start with your rights. When you start to be a child, oh, it depends. Gee, that is also a politically incorrect answer. It depends if you are in Sudan, in Bolivia, in El Salvador. I just came from Egypt yesterday. Somebody from Egypt in here? Well, I tell you, I was shocked. I was going in the car, and there was a 2-year-old in the middle of the expressway with a grandmother in a wheelchair behind, and the little baby was selling chocolates. I stopped my car, I carried the baby, the woman said, bye, I didn't understand Arabic, but I learned now. But I told him, if you don't stand up for the child will die. So, without further ado, you know what happened when you don't have a name. But now imagine you go around, imagine you are 3 to 6 years old, and your parents, they know better, that just decide that use you as a canvas. In El Salvador, there was a kid, 6.5 years old. It's called the Maras, it's a gang in El Salvador. And I know because I was there in El Salvador. And what happened? There are two, it's like two clans, and one kill another one. And when they do it, so many problems, they put the little kids in the front of the whole border. And once in a while, one kid let somebody from the other side enter. And when they come and say, they kill everybody. So the leader come and say, what door did he use? I made little Manuelito, who was right there. 3 days after, he was killed. And I was in the country. Imagine the shock to find out that your mother or your father can tattoo you all over. And you have no rights. Painful needles and skin covering ink. And this is when you are only 6 years old. But if you didn't die with your liver out, or I can kill you, let's talk about you are 9 years old. Let's move out to the country. Somebody from India, raise your hand. Nobody from India? Some hands have been raised. There's notation. In India, if you are a child, your mother will have many child. And in the poverty section, level strategy of the society, when you are about 4 or 5, you are already taking care about the little kid, the next one. So by the time you are 9 years old, you don't have the right to eat in the house because you are in a poor family. So they're trying to get rid of you. So by the time you 11 or 12, you are already married. And guess what? The baby is already taking care about the next baby. So now imagine, if you didn't die with your liver out, or you didn't just happen to be killed because now nobody protects you, you're a slave. And as a woman, I am a woman, and I sing it to imagine. My husband said, please don't sing. But it's another story. I'm a woman, and I understand the terrible situation girls suffer in the war. I'm going to make a simple comment, and I'm going to go deep in this. I got a report in Uganda. 6,223 rapes resulting in pregnancy in COVID time. One country. Taking in consideration that 2% of girls only get pregnant, can you imagine the numbers? Don't get shocked. I'm going to go further. Can you imagine boys don't get pregnant, but they get violated and raped as well? So please, Africa needs you. I pandemic in Africa. And we're going to stop that. Legislation, advocacy, start with that. But now you are 9 years old to 12 years old. You made it. At least you made it, you're alive. And now you're in America. In America. God bless the USA. In America, you don't know better. And there is such a multitude of people around the world. And somebody gonna give you, if there's a knife, they're gonna give you a gun. And without even you know it, somebody gonna give you the opportunity to kill somebody. Yes. Hey, but the nation say there is no incarcerated police. I wonder why United States didn't sign it. You became lifetime in jail. So now you're just alive. Your email is not out. Your ink is not in the thing. And then you don't have to think about your kids. You are so cool with McDonald's. Forever. Be more cool. Now you're growing and you're getting graduation. Cool. You're a European girl. And you decide to go Paris because French is cool. Everybody would rather go to Paris to the Eiffel Tower. The only problem is, while you're in the airport, a very handsome Serbian kid come to you and say, hey, oh, you're those Chinese, I said. I said, oh, me too. Coincidence, let's share the taxi. And they help you, they carry your suitcases, And they take you home and you're happy. You have your first friend in Paris. Yay! The only problem is that after they will come to your house with them. And a group of people not help you. No. They're gonna take you with them and you're gonna get prostitute for the rest of your life. Between drugs and rape, 18 hours a day. There was even a movie in America about that, because the father was CIA and rescued her daughter. In other words, UNICEF is only one word, this one, UNICEF. Now, I'm not gonna put in your hands again, but I wanna ask you a question. How many countries have signed the convention? Will you say 60? More or less? Will you say it's 100? Less? More? Will you say it's 150? Yes. Who says yes? Very good, but no, it's not. Okay, 180? Too many, too high, right? Okay, well, okay, that is 192. All right? But I want to tell you something. People make money out of UNICEF and they don't even give us the money. So there is a little woman, it's short in size, I'm too big, she's short. She took her daughter, like 30 years old, and she wrote it. She's profiting, she's selling. Every page is just a drawing and one right. But there is something here that is a terrible mistake. And I want to be classic by saying this to you. The process is to first sign the convention. In order to sign it, you have to know it. The problem is not that you didn't know. The problem is that after you sign the convention, you have to bring it to your country. And after you bring it to your country, the Senate, in the cases, or the proper authority has to ratify. Unfortunately, it's only one country will never get around to make it ratify the convention. Any guess? Any guess? What is the only country who signed it but never ratified? Chat names.
USA.
Yeah, you're right. The United States of America. I am a citizen of the United States of America now. I try hard. I moved in the States only at the age of 24, and I really tried hard. We were so close with Clinton in 95. He signed it. And Obama, even super close, he said, yes, we're going to ratify it. It will take one word. UNICEF, you have to read more, because it's a lot of reasons why the United States is not ratifying the convention. While you're saying that, right now, a kid just killed another kid, and it's only 14, he's going to be jailed forever, because he is in Maryland, my state, in Washington, D.C., and he has no right to be not incarcerated. So I want to say this to you. You told me you have been already children at one point in your life. But I want to give you what is called an open reality check. No matter how many leaders we created in these symposiums, we always have an arithmetic parity, 200 more. The world growing in different equations is called multiplication. 1,000 more problems, 100,000 more problems. And in other words, never going to be catch up, not to disappoint you. So it's time to be clever and use a different strategy. I try so hard in America, and I keep going to countries, and I keep coming back to America. So you know what is the solution? We need to be more people. So education of the children, so they can learn the rights, gonna create a whole wave of people who learn how to train other kids. People like me that get a kid in the expressway and say, hey, you cannot do it. a little girl the other day in the Sea Scouts with a mother with the kids, and the kid was going to the fence and almost fell down in the river. I stood up and said, man, your baby, you have nothing to do with me because this is my child. I raise him the way I don't portray the accent of the Salvadorian, but I think I did it very good with that movie. I tell you what happened. I told her, ma'am, if you don't do something to put it away these kids out of the fence, I want to report you. And my father comes and says, I'm going to call the police on you. Oh, please, send me the call. I'm ready to document it. I'm filming everything is happening. I'm talking to you. Some people say it's not fun to be in jail. Believe me, chances are that you one time in your life will be in jail, or not in jail, but incarcerated, or daily, probably. It's not a very funny way, and sometimes will be for reasons that you believe are right, and the governments don't believe they are. So I want to say this to you. No matter what you think, in scouting we said, pause. Think, then act. You can be a journalist, but you're going to go to jail, and they can kill you. Be safe yourself first. We need you. You're valuable. Could you please give me that? Yeah. I'm going to give you 6 minutes, and I hope you like it. This is what we're doing right now in order to make every child in 57 millions around the world to learn about this. Around the world, we partner with the organization to defend rights. We need to defend rights. This is about rights. So it's important that you know that every region has a delegate. This is the Eurasia, the Russia and Ukraine. We managed to send all these countries flags from peace and nuclear pressure right now. You can make a difference. How would you like it if you are flag today? Asia Pacific, 29 countries. Each one of them with a different language. But we're still getting along. And people ask me, can my flag be in the logo? And I say, yes, it's there. No, it's not. Yes, it's in the back. So we have 40 countries in Africa. And delegates for children's rights are coming strong. Now we start with the youth. We have here 2 delegates, and in another opportunity they will talk to you. In America, we have challenged for languages. And to complete my speech today, I will tell you one thing. Everything is possible, but even in the Arab countries, there is 3 different languages. And they don't like very much one another, but unity is important. Networking, this is your group. Human rights is a teamwork. Don't do it alone. Okay? So let's do that for everybody of you because you can hear. And I promise you, you're going to do have resources. Oh boy. I'm looking at the one word. You deserve it.
Thank you so much, Yvonne. Wonderful. Everything was wonderful. Please join me on stage. We have an award to present to you. So, our greatest appreciation, we want to acknowledge you for your dedication and work in promoting and inspiring the next generation of young leaders. And we hope that we can be at least, or we can do at least what you've done in your life. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Woo, what a morning.
Yes!
Amazing.
So I challenge and I dare you to do it. Yes, we do.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's wonderful. I want Olivia next on stage with me. We are actually a bit ahead of time, so have a short lunch from 1 to 2 p.m. At 2 p.m., we are all seen together back in the ballroom with our second section of Youth Delegate Introductions in Europe, and then the next training section on nonprofit case studies. Olivia, you want to make some announcements in terms of like the lunch?
For the lunch, we have a list in the restaurant of who is having a private lunch today. So if you make your way up, if you are expecting a private lunch, go and check if it'll be today. If your lunch is today, you'll be let through by our staff up there. If not, then the normal buffet area is obviously open to you all. So that will be there. In terms of speeches, a lot of you have been contacting me, and I know all of you want an opportunity to speak. I'm doing my best to accommodate everybody because we only have a few short slots. If you're going to submit a speech, please make sure that it's around 2-3 minutes because we can't have people going over when we have so many people now that they want to speak. There is a link in the app where you can submit your speech. Please don't text me personally because you don't all have your names on your WhatsApp, so I'm getting a lot of unknown numbers texting me to speak. I do need your full name, submit it, and I will go through them and announce who will be speaking tomorrow tonight. Thanks guys, go and enjoy your lunch and we'll see you back in the ballroom at 2. Thank you.
Okay.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Booyah Beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Booyah Beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
made this.
Purchase your tracks today.
made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today. Purchase your tracks today.
Oh yeah, beats made this.
Purchase your tracks today.
I'm doing and I'm singing for the people around me. I chose to spread messages of peace and love and what everybody should be aware of. Long story short, I just lost myself. I didn't follow the speech, but this is the message I want to tell you that we are all God's children and we should take care of each other no matter how difficult times, what difficult times we are encountering. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next up, we have Kieran Manu. He's not having a discussion.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm from northern part of Ethiopia. First of all, I would like to say thank Ramadan to all our brothers and sisters. Now I'm coming to here to talk about my family and my people in north part of Ethiopia. Now, 7 million people are under blockade. 7 million people with no humanitarian aid, with no medical access. Even hundreds of thousands of people are ladies, women, girls, they are rated. No one, international organization is focusing on this. I am asking you merely, everyone, youngsters here, to make our life for the future bright. We have to be voice for the people in Tigray. Now in Tigray, the situation is catastrophic and horrific. If you get from north part of Tigray, Ethiopia now, if you get to the map, there is one word to say, I'm starving, please send me money. 2 million people, youngsters, flee from that place. Even we lost 500,000 people more in this war. They are dying. Still, the federal government is not doing nothing. I'm coming to here to be voice for my people. I arrange everything. I sponsor myself. I bring brochures to here. Why I do this is, I'm not to be a leader of something for. I'm coming to be voice for my people. Because my people is now in very horrific, dangerous time. Even we are the first people, we are starting refugee in Africa during the prosperation of Muslim in the first USIDHR. That's written in something Muslim scholars wrote. In the first USIDHR, the people from Ghana, they went to USIDHR, those parts of Tigray. Al-Najashi is the place that is very important to introduce secularism in the world. We are introducing secularism, and we gave to the people of Africa like people to live together, to unify together. But now the world are closing their eyes to help us. Now I'm coming to here. It's very like I can't do my feeling now. Each day since the war is starting, it's 500 days. No one international organization is talking about this. But we are looking now. The recent situations in the world is people they are talking more. But our people in Tigray is very in danger. We can extinct if this is continuing for the coming months. Even if you see some videos, you will hate us. We are human beings this time. I'm talking about the humanity. Humanity is like everyone, we born free. Even we can be free if we are not mean each other. If we are not selfish each other, we can live together. We have, but many countries, they sponsor drones, weapons to Ethiopian government. Still bombing, today also bombing in my hometown. It is very, very horrific. Merely I'm begging you to be voice for the people of Tigray. No matter politics, no matter any difference. People will have to live together. We have to help each other. Since we are talking about humanity, one of the article of humanity is the right to life. We demand this right for us. I am begging you the right to life, the right to survive. So please voice for my family, my people, north part of Tigray. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Next up we have Wilson. Well, welcome again, please.
Good afternoon. Your Excellency, Mrs. Ismail, the founder of the USIDHR Summit, distinguished guests and delegates. I would like to say thank you for letting me here in front of you to deliver what's going on in my state. I'm coming from Ethiopia, northern part, particularly in Tigray region, and I'm from that. The main reason that I'm coming here is to talk about human rights. As we are taking a little bit courses, human rights is universal by its nature, and it's inalienable. and we raise it from being part of human. But what's going on in every corner of the world, whether it is in Africa or in America, whether it is in Asia or Europe, there are so many discriminations and human rights violations. Particularly in my country, Ethiopia, there is a huge genocide, ethnic cleansing, rape, starvation, siege, and bombing of civilians. So long as the world has so many conventions, whether it is international convention on the Red Cross, whether it is Child Rights Convention, whether it is CEDAW, and so many conventions, states and politicians sit and talk, and they are going in a good way. As I am a lawyer, there are so many enactments in relation to human rights. Coming to my state, the Ethiopian, the FDRE constitution, it clearly stipulates chapter 3, it only deals with human rights. It covers for about 29 articles that only talk about human rights. Let me begin here one article. Article 15 of the Ethiopian constitution, it clearly says everyone has the right to life. But right now, it is impossible for Tigrayans. Tigrayans, they didn't have the right to live here right now because the federal government intentionally blocked the region, not to contact with any other states. I'm not here talking about politics. I'm talking about humanity. Let's be voice for the voiceless of Tigrayan women, children. We are saying we can't change the world only through education. Yes, that's right. But if anyone didn't have any capacity to eat, can he or she is ready to go to school? Is my question for all of us. Students are just sitting at home in Tigray for 1 year and a half after the war broke out. I think as we adults are following some social media, there are so many protests by Tigrayans in America, Europe, Australia, and so many cities. They are trying and they are crying only access to humanity, access to food, access to bank, access to telecommunication. To tell you frankly, I have never heard my mother's sound for 1 year and a half because the federal government totally cuts the telecommunication. Do you know mother's love? How many of you are here without listening to your mom's voice with 1 year and a half? That's my mission. That is, I will beg you, let us be voice for Tigrayans. They are intentionally killed by Eritreans and Ethiopian army and Amhara army and militias and some from Somalia. Let also be a sound for Ukraine, for Somalians, for Sudan's, for everyone. Human rights violation didn't have any border, and let's be voice. Let's give our voice for those voiceless kids. My last word for all of you. Thank you. I'm proud of you to be here. Thank you.
We have our last speaker for today. We have Avcılar. If you want to make your way to the stage for your speech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Ramadan Kareem. I am very happy to be here among you, representing my country. As a youth active in the political and civil field, I have always pleaded for my position for the importance of involving youth in official political process. They should get adequate representation in official political institutions, such as parliament and elections. And as Kofi Annan said once, no one is born a good citizen, and no nation is born No. As Kofi Annan said, no one is born a good citizen, and no nation is born democratic. But citizenship and democracy are forces that continue through life, and young people must be included from their birth. A society that cuts itself from the youth cuts itself from what gives it life. But unfortunately, politics is seen as a space for old people with political experience, and young people are often excluded as political candidates. Limited opportunities and lack of experience. So I found out that the best way to achieve what I was fighting for was to enter the elections as a youth in order to confirm that the presence of youth in decision-making positions have a major role in the development and building of society due to the ambition and intellectual enthusiasm of the youth. Thing that I succeeded in, and I was able to win the election in the city of my country, the capital of my country, Rabat. As the youngest municipal consultant at the age of 22 years old. And now I also hold the position of the third president of my district. From youth to youth, we are our only voice. Thank you.
We're going to start moving the chairs on from the panel now because we have a panel, which means you have to listen to me speak for a little bit longer. Give me a second. And do you need a microphone, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm going to let you go along the line. I'm going to let you go along the line and just let I need to do that for you. So just pass the microphone down and we can have a little discussion. Feel like you're doing your best.
Hi, I'm Filipa from Portugal, and I've always been interested in this field of human rights. Since I was 11, I've been volunteer work in my hometown and also in the rest of the country because we have a lot of fires and we need volunteers to rebuild people's homes. It happens every year. And also we have a lot of situations. Portugal is not a poor country, but we still have a lot of poverty. We still need to inform the people about their rights, human rights. There exists a lot of misinformation about it still, and it's a problem because it creates situations with racism and preconceptions. There are still deep tissue in the society. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Mathis. I'm a 25-year-old student from Northern. I have a background in
and I'm currently doing a master's in international development, work on human rights and diplomacy. And my interest in human rights and also the region probably comes from around 2015, when a lot of Syrian refugees arrived in Germany, and when I was active in my high school in helping these refugees arriving in Germany.
Hello, I'm Ngobila. I'm coming from Greece. I am in the final year of my bachelor. I'm studying social work, and I'm really interested in the human rights, and I want to specialize in the children's rights because the children is the future. If we don't care about them, we don't protect them, what is going to happen?
UNICEF. Greetings, I'm Anastasia. I studied in UK. I studied Polish history and German, and now I study law in Spain. And as I said, from Georgia, but I brought up the Ukrainian flag to remind us that they are fighting for the same values that brought us. I guess first of all, I want to know, because a lot of people have come here because they have noticed problems in their countries, in their communities, whether this is large-scale systematic problems or whether this is something that you've noticed in your community and you want to change. And I guess I kind of want to know for each of you, because like you said, Felipe, Portugal isn't considered to be a poor country, but there's still things that go on that we don't understand when we see it from a foreigner's perspective. And I kind of want to know what challenges are facing young people in your countries, because I want to know what's driven you to come here and what you think the tools that we're going to teach you is going to help to change what's going on within your communities or countries. So if you want to give a quick, brief discussion of what kind of problems you're facing right now.
I actually forgot to say I'm a master's student too. I study international relations, and this will go what I'm going to tell next. Because right now I focus a lot on the refugees because of the Ukraine problem. But this made me realize that there is a bigger problem in Portugal. There is racism it's almost in the culture. I think it's too strong to say, but it's there because Portugal is helping the Ukrainian refugees, thankfully, but it's helping without in a second look. But we have from other places every day, especially from the south. They go through this. They go Portugal, and we don't see the country helping as much. And why is that? My point of view is that I still a lot of racism, and people don't see it. People don't talk about it as much. But as I said, I feel like it's in the culture, and it's about misinformation. We need to inform people. We need to educate more, and starting with the children and the adults too, because sometimes we see teaching at school, and then at home it destroys everything because the adults don't go with it. I think that's the biggest problem.
Thank you. That was brilliant. Thank you for that.
Yeah, for my part, coming from Germany, I can definitely say that we do have a lot of opportunities for young people. The German government has a lot of scholarships or different opportunities that are offered to young people. So I think from that part, the biggest challenge is actually the access. So a lot of these possibilities are out there, but a lot of people either don't know about them or don't have the access towards them. So in that sense, for me, something really important is to enhance youth mobility, to actually make the access to these opportunities more equal, and to take a broader look. I think it's also a key issue on the European level, because I believe that nowadays with Erasmus, for example, we do have a lot of support, but it's mostly from upper education upwards. And I think it's great to have programs like Erasmus, but in a sense, it's already targeted at a very specific population, specific young people who are already in higher education. So I'm a great promoter for Erasmus, but in a sense, you could say it rather increases inequalities rather than decreases, because the people who do Erasmus are the ones who are learning a fourth language to go a fifth time abroad instead of the other way around.
So in that sense, what I think is very important is to increase programs like Erasmus on high school level, because that's where you have a broad background from socio-economic terms. And I think most of us agree that discrimination or anti-European Union sentiments usually come from, and mostly I think, people in areas who don't really have access to being in intercultural environments. So I think in that sense it's very, very important to enhance youth access, to make also opportunities like this more accessible to people who don't have this access right now.
Thank you.
Well, about Greece, I can say that after the crisis, economic crisis 2008, all the Greek people faces many problems, and the consequences of this crisis, it's bigger for the young generation. The young Greek people maybe they have the opportunity to study in university, but the majority of them, even if they graduate from the university, most of the time they don't work in a field, but they study. Also, it's very big, the percent of the unemployment for the young people. So,
I think I saw recently that Greece has the highest unemployment rate of youth in Europe at the moment, doesn't it? And it's your young people, they don't have opportunities to best themselves to further their career unless they choose to move overseas, which for a lot of people isn't really a choice, or a choice that they want to have to make, really, right?
Yes, exactly. Uncertain future, a lot of stress, insecurity, how they can be independent if they don't have work, how to rent a house, how to pay the bills. All this is very difficult for a young.
Yeah, it can put a lot of structure on a lot of pressure on the traditional family structures in Greece, and a lot of stress on the older population as well.
Exactly, because the state doesn't provide this support to the young people.
Thank you very much.
I believe that in Georgia, one of the main problems is lack of awareness in youngsters, because our young people do not know what kind of opportunities do they have. Therefore, when I saw this problem, and when I faced this problem myself, because I needed to go to UK to study, I decided to fund the European Education Club. So we offer Georgian people outside of the city, outside of town, who do not have access, free meetings, opportunities, sessions, and scholarship sessions as well. Also, I believe that, as a reminder, more than 20% of Georgia is occupied by Russia, and on this occupied territories, we do not know what youngsters get and what do they have access to.
Thank you. I guess I kind of want you to give, because there are some people who couldn't make it in person, or some people who maybe, everyone here is at very different stages in their advocacy, in their career, in their life. And I kind of want to see if you guys have any words of wisdom to give people on how to impact youth in their community, because I know a lot of you have already been doing some great work. So what would be your top tip on how to mobilize your efforts and how to really make a difference in the community?
All right, I will talk about my example. As I said, occupation. I believe that the problem of occupation could be only solved with international relations, diplomacy, and also with my educational club. I think that we should encourage youngsters that education is the key to success.
I completely agree with you.
because as a social worker student, one of the most important role is to empower and advocate the rights of the minority groups. So to be able to support some aspect and participate and be activists and be part of a social group in civil society that's going to help to know not only the situation in your area, but also to participate in the change. Thank you.
Yeah, I think one thing I would say is definitely before starting a new project, I think a lot of people, on the one hand, very excited, on the other hand, very much scared. And I think a very important message, I guess, is that there is no perfect action. I think activism, advocacy, it's learning by doing. So in that sense, it's important, like from my experience, it's just important to get started. Once you get started, you improve through the process. So in that sense, I guess, you'll always be scared, but just get started and improve through the process.
I think I agree with all of you, and I think we all are scared at the beginning. I'm scared right now. And I think the important thing is take action, because there are a lot of people with that brainstorms, there are a lot of people with a lot of ideas, but if they don't take action, nothing changes, nothing will change. Thank you very much. Yeah, I want to give everyone to give all of them another great round of applause, because thank you. Thank you. We do not tell them what the questions are going to be. We make them do it on the spot. So these guys are absolutely brilliant, and I'm really grateful for you all, because it was a really interesting discussion. Thank you so much. We're gonna we will safely make our way off the stage and start moving the furniture off for. You can take a picture. Anyone? Okay. There we go. You ready? Yeah. You got that. Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, we will make our way off the stage while we safely move the furniture away and get ready for the second training session of the day. Thanks, everyone.
So we are continuing with our second part of the training of today. And for this reason, I have also Olivia here with me. Let's go in the middle of the session, like So for everyone who's still outside, let's clap very hard, very hard, like something very, very important is about to happen, okay? Great, thank you, you're a wonderful audience. Okay, so for all the people outside, please find your way in because this is part of your human rights leader training. And it's a funny exercise, a good exercise that we put together. Yeah. In many conferences, in many organizations, a lot of people have asked us and our interns to come, I want to work for an NGO, I want to build my own NGO, or I want to do something as part of being a non-profit organization. So Olivia, who's our senior research assistant and associate, sorry. You used to be your assistant. Yes, true. Olivia, she grew up from like the beginning steps, and she grew up within our organization. She's part of the board of directors right now. So big round of applause. She's great. So we came up with this exercise, and if I have a clicker, we will be able to begin. Do we have a clicker? Clicker. Oh, I don't have. Lost the clicker. Lost the clicker. Oh, there you go. Perfect. So this exercise is a nonprofit case study. What do we mean by that? So what do we want right now to happen? We are going to split into several groups. Olivia is going to tell you like what groups you are in. And we need you to work together in class. You don't have to take notes. I just want you to engage with each other, turn your faces together. And with your group, develop a plan in response to the question using the information provided in the group. You want to explain how we do with the group? We do 12 groups and just stop this one.
So essentially what we've developed is, and these are examples of real projects that we've either worked on in our NGO or real projects that we have sneakily taken from other NGOs that we've worked with. And we kind of want to see your response if we give you a brief and we give you a case study or a brief. We want to see how you would respond to that, what you would develop, and what kind of things you would put in place to mitigate that problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to separate you into groups, and the group you're in, you'll be told your position, who you work for, how large this NGO is, and we want to see what you guys develop. We want to see what projects you come with, what plans you come with. I'm going to separate you into groups shortly, but yeah, please enjoy this because these are examples of real projects that have been worked on in NGOs, and I think
and we have in the room 2 microphones. We have Anne on this side and Bisma on the other side. I don't see her.
Bisma will be on the other side.
Bisma will be on the other side when she hears me. So we will give about 10-15 minutes to finish. Each group is going to have a different problem. So then we want to hear your answers. So imagine you're not here at a conference. Imagine you are actually working for a nonprofit organization right now, and you are given this case, this brief that you need to find a solution for. Ideally, a workable solution. Ideally, something that you can work together with other people on as a project. So let's start with case 1. Let's split the group. So we have 3 cases, okay?
I'm going to come down off the stage for this. Not going to be that way example. Hold on. I think I'll split you by rows because I want you to be in groups, but I don't want the groups to be too big so that you can't work together. So, you guys from here to here, 1 group.
So the 3 rows, 1 group, then second group.
Second group is going to be you guys. Group number 3, you guys.
So group 1, group 2, group 3.
Group 4. Bunch of people here.
Okay.
5. And
6. So 6 in a row.
So that's how we're going to do it. So it's row by row, only 2 rows each. Let me go through another one so that I can work it out easier. you a chance to get to know everyone a little bit more. I've not spoken to anyone yet. Okay, so we have...
And for those who are watching us from home, you can continue, but for those who are watching us from home, I want you to do this exercise with us, okay? You are part of the family. Even though you are not here in person, I want you to do this exercise with us. Pick one of the 3 case studies and send the comments down below in the comment section, and our team is going to read it, okay? Thank you. Good, so we have the groups. 2 rows, 2 rows, 2 rows.
You good? Okay, everyone has been organized into groups.
Okay, perfect. You can all work together as a group. Group. Let's see, groups.
Okay, so everyone is in a group. So this is case 1. Okay, so I want group 1, group 4, group 8, and group 12. This is your case. So these are in.
Okay.
I said the numbers when I came down. No, don't tell me this. Group 8. Yeah. Okay, so these are also in the app, by the way, so you can get these on your phone, but we have a screen where they're all up. So you work for Refugees International, a global NGO.
Just 1 second. Everybody has their group number in the case. So we have 3 cases. We split you into 12 groups, okay? The first 1, 2, 3, we'll start with case 1, 3, 5. No, we'll start with
1, 4, 8, and 12.
I'm very bad at math, okay?
Okay, group 1, group 4, group 8, group 12, this is your case.
Yes.
You have it on your app.
Then case, wait, I have a slide with all cases, okay?
There are 6 groups there and you start from 1. So 7 each time.
Talk on the microphone so that we can hear you. Olivia, talk on the so we can hear you better. So everyone all said a word. Does anyone have questions about group here? Okay, perfect. Everything happened. So let me read you the cases, okay? Case number 1. You work for an organization called Refugees International, which is a global NGO, and you are their regional director. You have been asked to come up with a solution to help integrate refugees who have fled their country due to war. These are mainly women, children, and the elderly. Some have also brought their pets with them. These people have no money and few possessions with them, and they have nowhere to go and no access to government welfare services. Also, many do not speak the language of the country, but they are only their native language. How would you mobilize the resources at your disposal to help people?
Okay.
10 minutes for that question.
Next groups, 2, 5, 7.
So don't start yet working, okay? We'll have a timer for everyone, okay? So that it's fair for everyone. Let me read you the second case. Case number 2. You work for a local NGO which responds to small-scale environmental issues. An individual has contacted you as a business, has moved into their local area and is producing lots of plastic waste and general trash which is polluting the water system and green spaces. The community is therefore asking for both a practical short-term solution and a way to reduce the pollution long-term. How would you help this community raise awareness and find practical solutions?
Okay, that's group 2, 5, 7, and 10.
2, 5, 7, and 10.
And then any group that's not been mentioned, your case number 3.
Case number 3. You are a student at a university, and in your state, the police officer created a human trafficking prevention training for all law enforcement. The officer then talked with the legislator to have them introduce a law to be voted on the parliament. This law will impose mandatory human trafficking training for all law enforcement and will aim to prevent human trafficking. There are many oppositions to this bill, as there is a lack of education about what human trafficking is. And many business owners are concerned this means tighter laws concerning employee rights. How would you develop a case for this bill to be passed as possible?
Yeah. Okay.
So starting now, you all have about 10, 15 minutes?
We have about 10 minutes, and what we're going to do is each group is going to represent a spokesperson to give us a quick brief of the project that they have developed. So you have 10 minutes to develop the project. Myself, Ismail, and one of our volunteers, Bizna, will be walking around with microphones and having questions all over.
So 10 minutes, choose a designated group leader that will share what you guys discussed, and let's hear the answers to the questions. Make sure you answer the exact questions, okay? So how would you mobilize the resources? How would you help the community raise awareness? And how would you develop a case for this bill? 10 minutes to everyone. Okay, everyone ready? Good? Okay, by now you have plenty of time. Let's start because I want to hear solutions. I want to hear what you came up with. So I think everyone had to designate one leader, one group. Each group has its own designated leader who's going to say the story and the solution that the team in that group came up with. Yes, so we will start with case number one, obviously. Let me see by show of hands who had case number one. Show of hands.
Question.
Great. Show of hands. Some people are still working. Okay, time up. Okay, great. We'll start first with the group in the back there because we are very fast. They got out very fast. I have my team here. So Fawad and also Ed is around to give you a microphone. You have 1 minute to present your case study as a leader. Can you try the microphone? Yes. Hold on. Each one of you will speak. I just selected the first group to speak. You can have a seat meanwhile, and then we'll call you. Microphone and everyone.
Okay. So what we decided is that the very first thing.
Okay. I want you to speak. I want everyone to speak in the microphone very close because it has to be also that we have people watching us live from home. They need to hear you. Okay. So we want to hear in the room and at home. Okay. Present your study.
The very first thing, the highest priority for us, and that's how we look at this, is through priorities, is to find and arrange for translators and coordinate volunteers into existing organizations. After that, data collection is really important. That will help us figure out individual concerns of everyone. Then after that, provide the shelter for everyone. So, we want to make sure that we have a space for them before we do anything else. And then provide the essentials and aid, and then provide food and welfare services that are already disposable for us. We want to make sure that there are medical shelters, so they're getting immediate concerns addressed. And we want to, since we're a national NGO, we want to engage different stakeholders to keep a pulse on the situation and figure out what's going on so that we're abreast of it. Then we want to raise awareness. So social media outlets and press releases, and make sure that everyone knows what's going on. And then leverage that momentum to coordinate events locally and nationally. And then after that, once we've addressed the immediate concerns, the next part of the integration process is to make sure that we're building some kind of skills workshops so that they understand the basic necessities within that country, and that they also have the language skills that are necessary. So that's what we have.
Thank you so much. Round of applause, please. And I thank you out of respect for your colleagues. We want to make sure we hear everyone and also the ones watching us from home. So please let's hear each case in part and without having side conversation. Thank you so much. Next group here in front.
Okay, for my group case one, my name is Ubuntu from Nigeria. So we've already heard what our partner said, but I'm going to be brief. We talked about that, but you can't be looking for a translator when you're not taking care of the basic need. So we outline them as one, physical need is very important. You will all agree with me that what comprises of physical need could be food, water, shelter, because if these people are hungry, hello, they can't hear you, because when people are hungry, they can't hear anything, so they need to eat food first. And when after thinking about food, then you think of integration. We have adults, we have kids. How many children do you have there? Now you have to focus on it. It's important. When the children are well taken care of, their parents will not be relaxed. They will be at ease to listen to you. Because now, even if they don't hear any language, you're taking care of their children, they're already at peace. And then, in that children are also the first rescue point, because in every uncertain situations, consider children first. Then that's when you can talk about about communication. Because now they are settled. If you are communicating, you can communicate to them in sign language. Because if people, even when someone can't hear English, for instance, or if I'm saying, at least with the descriptions are doing, or calling you, you will know that I'm saying come. I don't need to say come, but when I say, you will know I'm calling you and you can come over. So you understand where how we have to use graphics for communication. You can even do drawings and paintings. They will have an idea of what you're talking about. And then after communication, you think of productivity. Because now, there's no food. You are considering giving people food, but what if there's no food? You need to look for help. So how do you look for help? UNICEF! So when you think about UNICEF, you can also think about the church. You can coordinate people. Then at that time, you will start seeing people who can maybe understand or reach out to the community. They will now be able to reach out to people who can now give their food, drinks, water. And when you have these things, remember too that you don't just have to be sharing it anyhow. You have to ration. Because you might, if you start sharing it anyhow, it might not be enough before the next set will come in. So you have to ration. Also, we can also talk about, now, we consider the rescue team. When we talk about the rescue team would want to know how many people do you have there. You can say we're a total of 100 people, out of the 130 are children, 20 are adults, 20 are aged people. So now you have grouped them. It makes it easy for you to
Thank you very much. So please, your final word on the case.
Okay, for my final words, I would want you to know that in an uncertain situation, you should take note of the things that people need, which are physical needs, which is integrating them, knowing children are very important, and then ensuring that they have food, they have water, for other needs to take care of them. Thank you very much.
Okay, next girl. On this side, we had another group on this side?
Yes, saving the best
Good.
for last.
Microphone is coming right now towards you. For what?
For what? Yeah, now
This group first.
Thank you.
That's right. Just there.
Okay, so hi, we are kids number 1 as well.
Just make sure you keep the microphone very close to your mouth so that everyone can hear you.
Okay, so first of all, I wanted to say that this case is personally touching me as I'm Syrian and my sister is personally a refugee in the United Kingdom. So I kind of think that I personally know what a refugee feels when he flew his homeland to another country. So what we thought about was first, the first priority was the communication. As we disagree with this explanation, they say, we think that the communication will be very important step for them. They will be able to be vulnerable. They will be able to feel like they are understood, they are secured, because these people flew their home fearing of death. So they need someone to talk to when they reach there. So we will have a translator, we will ask people from the refugees team if they speak both languages so they can translate for us and for their people. Second thing, we will start thinking master pyramid. We will first secure the basic needs of food, of shelters, and we will make sure that we categorize the people in the camp, for example, based on their demographical data. We will make sure the kids first are safe, they are not hungry, and they safe, and then the woman, the bags, and everyone else. The number four step is to monitor what will happen and how will they react and start asking them what is the next need they think they will need, as they are now secure, they are not hungry anymore, and they feel like they are welcome and they are safe. So we will make sure now we will start with the education and health. We will make a clinic in the camp to make sure all the people who are also healthy. And we will start to give them opportunity to work inside the camp. in building the clinic or building a school for the camp residents. Okay, last thing is how we'll spread the word about this, through digital campaigns, is by approaching the NGOs, is by making sports events, and we will make sure that we will recruit them to feel the sense of belonging, sense of accomplishment by work and by being part of the country they are in. I'm not sure if I did anything.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Wow, thank you, thank you. Next group. We have somebody here.
Good job.
Okay, get ready? Start.
First one, priority would
Microphone, we cannot hear you.
The priority would be to access to free government-funded healthcare.
Microphone, please, keep it to your mouth.
The second one would be shelter homes to provide shelter, fundraising money to buy essentials, dry foods, women's sanitary needs, baby food, pet food, sponsor families. If families would like to bring people into their homes and sponsor them. Shelter homes, so turn gymnasiums, schools into shelter homes for people. Good schools, set up culturally specific programs by consulting people of that culture, integration of women, children, and elderly, also psychological. Spread awareness within the community, get a volunteer workforce to help these people, demographics and statistics, you need to know about these people that have come into your community, and recognize their professions. So some countries don't recognize your degrees, you need to provide a way for them to integrate into society, so you need to recognize their professions.
Excellent, thank you so much, thank you. Big round of applause. There's one more from this case? This is it? Amazing. So what we heard? We heard so far plans about how to reintegrate refugees, how to fundraise for, obviously, even if you work for an international NGO, you have to have the means necessary to build a center for refugees, to give them the supplies, and that part as a non-profit organization is very important. What else we heard? We heard about
Pick the wrong moment to ask me about. We've had lots of great ideas. I like the point about recognizing people's qualifications. They're not necessarily in the same country as you. That's super important.
definitely protecting children, because that's where we just came, Olivia and I just came from Romania, and that was the first thing that we saw, mothers and their children. That was the first thing that they were trying to take care of was their children. The children are innocent. They were playing around, not realizing that they have to move and anything like that. So very good ideas from everyone. So I want to do like a short competition, because in the end we are here competing against each other as groups. So by show of hands, for group number 1, which was like behind over there, let's see a big round of applause. For a group that was here in front, the second group that presented, big round of applause. For the other group that was presented here, big round of applause. And finally, the last group there behind, big round of applause, please. Thank you everyone. Let's move to case number 2. Okay, who has case number 2? Show hands. Show hands, there. Okay, great. Let's start with you here on the side.
I saw the disappointment on your face now when you realized you had to start.
Okay, our solutions we come up with, I don't know why I keep getting Trump.
Okay, please talk in the microphone very loud so that we are able to hear you. Thank you so much.
I keep getting Donald Trump. I don't know why, with this environmental thing. But, so we got an environmental issue going on here, right? And the first thing that we came to was to send a notice to the community and to the environmental friendly coalition. And after that, we coordinate awareness to social media, the community, gather up people in the community to bring awareness into the community about this issue, so then it won't be such a judgment that we were thinking of on the businesses that are forming this corruption. So, and then the next step, that once we've coordinated that, we would ask them to come to a short.
Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. Please, everyone who's not speaking, discussion should take place outside of the room. Please, out of respect for everyone in the room, we want to hear the solutions. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
So then after step 1, step 2, we would ask them to come to a complete stop after we've met with the community to have them to come in and agree with us, so it wouldn't be such a judgment on the businesses that are causing the corruption. And that is only what we're deciding on short term, so then we can come into a solution. And our solution is for the environmental protection to help reduce whatever the problem is, whatever they're causing the chaos with, so for them to acknowledge it also. And
thank you very much. Thank you for a big round of applause.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, who's next? I want to see show of hands again. On the side, you have a group. Do we have a second group? Nobody? Okay, you have the leader. Okay, this needs to be happening fast if you guys want to get out of here and hear everyone's solutions as stories. What they are doing, they're still working? Okay, disqualified. I'm kidding. No, let's hear them first. Okay, what's happening? Do we have somebody? There, my dear.
Group 5, I was selected to speak. I'm Bishop Sullivan from the US of A, and we have people, of course, from various nations. So what we discussed was the short-term solution was awareness campaigns, mass media, social media, online, offline, including as well door-to-door volunteers, and going to the high schools, distributing leaflets, flyers, or brochures. Also, to paint or put up street signboards where everyone can see, because there's various people that's not on social media and fall through the cracks. So by going door to door and by doing, putting up the boards, all these different ways, we try to catch everyone. Raise awareness through videos that we would produce, and then we would analyze the local laws of that particular country. Since all of us have a different experience and our countries are different with the laws, we would activate a social network for community mobilizing, recycling and renovation initiatives. We would have a law awareness campaign for companies. For the long term, we would look at punishment and fine for lawbreakers, how to influence that through calling, emailing, and visiting with politicians to put pressure, awareness, and then pressure for mobilization. And we would contact the leaders of churches, temples, synagogues, and mosques to bring awareness to the faith community, because one of the greatest ways to get things done from my perspective is when you have all the different stakeholders at the table crafting something and working together, the faith community, businesses, people that live there and other groups that are involved. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, are you guys ready on this side? Ready? Okay.
I'm confident that everyone is well aware why it is important to address this problem. So I will not tire with naming the reasons, so I'll jump right into the solutions we came up with. First of all, raising the awareness, like other members mentioned, the world population is not actually aware of the actual amount of pollution businesses have yearly or even daily. So therefore, we thought of things such as posters, wall art, maybe, of course, even engaging in media, and an educational video, a short educational video that could be circled in the community. And once we raise the awareness, it is time to take actions. So for short-term solutions, we came up with garbage collection project. While engaging the community and also raising the awareness, we will be able to show the business how great of an impact they had on the environment, so they will be pressured to do something about it. And as for the long-term solutions, we believe it is really important to contact the business personally and provide alternative solutions for manufacturing. For instance, I believe that there is a scientific project ongoing right now about a biodegradable plastic, and I think we could provide them with such information. And lastly, we believe involving the government is also very useful. We could ask them whether the business is working according to laws and whether they have the right to manufacture that amount of garbage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Do we have another group for case number 2? No, and for those watching us from home, a reminder, we are expecting you to write in the comment section your solution to the problem, okay? Your answer to the question, you just need to pick one of the questions. So let's move to case number 3 then. How to develop a case for this bill to be passed. And by the way, if you did not notice, these are actually real cases. So what if will happen tomorrow, you'll be faced with a case like this? What's going to be your solution? So let's see, group number 3. Who was group number 3?
Blaze stood with the microphone.
Blaze in the red shirt. Okay, let's start with Blaze over there.
Hello, I'm Blaze Hunter from Canada. I've been selected to speak. We covered case 3, and we split it up into 3 different stages. First one, educate and awareness. Create student advocacy groups for a common voice, to research and develop a clear message. We need to partner with the police to strengthen that voice. We also need to invite the parents to be part of the conversation. They are the business owners. They need to be made aware of this issue because it affects their very own children. We need to bridge the disconnect. Awareness provokes the buy-in. This isn't a threat to their business. Instead, it's to safeguard their very own families. We need to elect the face of the group and create a clear message that echoes, I am a target. Stage 2, we need to develop strategies, social media, press releases, media engagement, nonprofit partnerships, student emails, Chamber of Commerce partnerships, HR groups to educate employers and employees, alliances with local and national governments. Step 3 is action, because none of that matters until we take action. Get the bill passed by attending legislative meetings. CLR, be present at community law reviews, petitions from youth, parents, business owners as well. Ballot recognition, reaching out to lobbyists, 501c4. We continue the momentum by being the movement. We are the change. The strength in numbers is powerful, and the power in empathy. Persistence defeats resistance.
Pakistan.
Hello.
Okay, so thank you. So we've developed a two-stage solution. First, we will target through activism. We will get the victims, we'll get their stories out, and we're going to try to do this through social media. And ads are going to try to get religious establishments in on this because it is a religious issue at this point. And we will get celebrities, famous people, we'll message them, we'll ask them to be a part of this initiative, and we'll ask them to contribute to it. And what we expect is to raise empathy within the people and for them to understand the implications of human trafficking and how horrific it is, and thereby get the activism up, get the signatures up on the signature petitions, and just get the blood running. Let them know this is a real issue that they need to protest behind. And the second stage is through advocacy. We need the business owners to understand that this is not implementing a new law regarding human trafficking. Rather, it's only about the training for the human trafficking existing laws. Thereby, we will, through advocacy, we will talk to them, we'll talk to the businessmen, business unions, and we'll make them understand that the stakeholders behind the bags are not very this is a public issue for them, we need to publicly go to war with them, with the businesses, but rather through advocacy, we'll make them understand the problem and that there's no problem at hand for them, this is just an existing law. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, let's hear one more solution. Microphone? Here? Two more solutions. One here first.
Hello, thank you. Thank you for your solutions. I think we should all collaborate and we can become a stronger force.
Microphone more close to your mouth if you would.
Can you hear me better?
Yes, better.
Okay, so our group, we came up with like a 7-point plan. So first of all, we are only one student. So the first thing we want to do is to rally other students because we're more powerful with more numbers. The second thing we thought we could do was to find a spokesperson. This could be a political member in the government or CEO, any spokesperson who can support our cause as students. The third point was to find legal advice. And as a student organization, we might not have funding, so maybe find pro bono legal services. That was our plan. Number 4 was to create a slogan, #slogan. We spread that on social media, we hold campaigns in the university, we can do it nationally, locally, in the community, whichever level is possible. Our 5th thing to do was to fundraise money. Now this can be done in many ways. We can have a peace rally, as you said, online fundraising, through the phone. I know that that's quite an effective way from you three today. Sell clothes, selling baked goods. Although this doesn't seem like a huge thing as students, it's quite nice, I feel, if you see students selling baked goods outside the library, Number 6, the police officer, in our case. We want him to come speak for us in events, maybe. We can create events with panels, just like you have done today, and this can be a really strong way to spread awareness. Now, our 7th point is the most important point in order for our bill to be passed, which is to find business owners who are pro-bill. And these business owners can hopefully change the minds of business owners who may not know why it is the way it is. They're concerned that these kind of laws concerning employer rights, but hopefully these other business owners can raise awareness and can educate them ultimately, and understand why these clear laws and regulations are actually benefiting everyone.
Thank you so much. So much inspiration for all these young leaders. Just FYI, we selected actually all these young leaders from all around the world. So they are providers. As you can see, we actually come up with solutions. Many of them have already implemented this type of solutions in their community. Okay, we have a last group. Okay, microphone there.
Good afternoon. My name is Petra, and I will be representing Group 6.
I don't know who's speaking where. You have to show yourself. Please.
So, okay. many people think when we talk about human trafficking prevention, they will see this as a black and white manner. They think about potential slavery, or maybe the list goes on. So they will think about paperwork. This is maybe why many people oppose about the bill. But us, Group 6, view this as more like a gray matter, like worker right violation, which is more closer to our reality and something you can relate. So us, Group 6, as the representation of the student, have developed some steps in order to make this bill go through and more people can accept this. The first is to bring the awareness through the social media, because many people don't know they are being violated. So this means we have to make people feel and people aware about themselves. And we have to bring maybe a close relationship with the government so they can fund us, and maybe can develop mobile app for whistleblowing. So this is a very concrete steps that makes this bill will make impact for more people. And then the next step, we have to do a focus group discussion so we can hear each other's opinion, and we can make a concrete solution that will be accepted by everyone. And above all, we have to do a baseline study. So this matter will have a very concrete solution, and none of the things will be forgotten. So we have to make this a concrete and stable solution. That's all from the group.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so okay, we have one more group here. Okay, you guys ready? So you have to.
Okay, I'm also speaking loudly for the microphone issues. My name is Delegate. I'm from Costa Rica, representing the Latinos in the house. Okay, so number one, organize and mobilize youth in the university to back the bill, since we're students at the local university. After that, we would research and portray the impact of human trafficking in our society. That means also not only saying what our colleagues have said before, but asking ourselves, why is business meddling with legislators and opposing the law, this important also check exactly what practices or how much the training is being done regarding the police, because we have to remember that it also has issues with police brutality and law enforcement and stuff like that, and it's part of the issue of human trafficking. After that, probably like public awareness in social media, like the press, looking in favor of writing the bill, speaking probably to survivors or the families of people who have been affected by this issue, engaging with the community and talking to legislators from the community, from places where money is not necessarily the main component of writing a bill. Because at the end of the day, parliament or any public space, any political space, it's a representation of the people. And so I think that trafficking is one of the best examples of how money can actually get in the way of human rights and justice for everyone. And yeah, I think really, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Round of applause. Let's have a round of applause for everyone.
Thank you, guys. That's brilliant.
You guys did very well. Very well. So the next thing on the schedule is we have coffee break at 4 p.m. in 2 minutes. Okay, so 2 minutes, bear with me. So what's gonna happen next? We have a coffee getting to know each other better. The first day of the summit is basically concluded. I mean, the second day of the summit. Well, the first day of the talks at the summit is officially concluded. There are a couple of announcements, so please don't take your seat. There are a couple of things we need you to make you aware. First things first, I'm going to go outside there and sign some books. So whoever wants to come to see me there, I'll be outside in front of the elevators. The next announcement, you have one.
Anyone who we are still waiting on who wanted to come to the yacht party, our volunteers will be outside, so make sure to give them a wave and sort that with them. They're eagerly awaiting.
So tomorrow we are concluding in a big way on a yacht on the Bosphorus, having dinner together. And yes, exactly, very exciting. So general attendees who did not have that included in your ticket, a lot of you have asked us personally, so our team and I, we came together to make sure that you also are able to participate. So on your way out, on your way in the hotel, just please see any of our staff members and tell them you participate in the yacht party. Then dinner night, it's at 7 for those who want to take dinner. However, if you want to go outside, around 14 minutes of walking, there's a big mall here called Pelican Mall. There are street corner stores all around this area. It's a beautiful area here, as you saw. And also there's something happening at the mosque.
I'm probably not the best person to explain this, but I know that Wafa, hold on. Wafa knows what's going on. What is happening in the mosque this evening? You can tell us all. Where are you? Come this way. Near the front of you.
So tonight, for those who are wanting to pray the night prayers, Tarawih.
Microphone, come here. Come join me here.
There we go. Okay.
I think it's because you're walking.
So okay. Tarawih prayer will be at Hagia Sophia. This will be the first time. This will be the first time that they're praying Tarawih at Hagia Sophia in 88 years. So there will be a lot of people, but it's a very historic night. So you're welcome to join. It will start, I believe, at 10.
It's amazing. It's beautiful to see. It's a lot of good energy to pray there, and it's not a coincidence. You're here, you're witnessing, I told you, you're witnessing history. In 88 years, they did not pray together in the mosque. So I think it's a big deal that it's happening tonight. Queen Mother, no? Great. Okay, so we'll let everyone explore, get a coffee, socialize, make new friends, and we'll see you tomorrow. What time?
8:30 tomorrow, please.
So 8:40 a.m. tomorrow. That means not 8:30 you leaving your hotel room. 8:30 you need to be in the room here, taking your seats. We have a full day ahead tomorrow with new presentations. We continue giving you guys clear training. Thank you all so much.
Thank you guys. Thanks.
Do you still use the social media platforms? Like this one now, checking out your Instagram page. Do you still use it? Because you last posted in 2019. You still use it? I don't know. That means it's not you. You don't use the pages. You have personal assistant. You have a personal assistant. I need help. Maybe it's the one who posts, because these are your pictures, but on a platform that is these are your photos, but the platform is not active. You have any social media you use? Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, you post there. Facebook, okay, let me start. I don't know. You have to help me do all of them. Oh, Okay. Yes.